treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, what kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called Aspire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Objection.
Overruled.
It could have a very serious effect.
And after being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she had been prescribed by Thompson nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons that they could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated overlay involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby, is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of gamma-aminobutyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is gamma-aminobutyric acid. It's got nothing to do with lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding.
Yes.
There is a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding around October, by October 21st or so, when the Ativan was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easy to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the nerve.
Jacob Waters, welcome. Welcome in. I agree. I just uploaded a video yesterday going over. If you guys want to go check it out, make sure you hype it up. Make sure you guys send hypes to all the videos you watch of mine. You guys get like 3 hypes a week. Show some love. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button with notification bell and double tap the screen, like the stream. But yeah, I agree, man. I think it's messed up, bro. I think, like I said in my video yesterday, I think that we don't support people with mental illness who unalive their children. We support people with mental illness who fight it and who are strong, and not weak like that. Like, that's just crazy. I've seen a couple new videos this morning of some guys talking to their girlfriends who are defending her, and it's just like, break up with them now, bro, because that's the first red flag. Like, it's wild to me. I also have a video coming out today about how overprescribed she was. She was very overprescribed. Every medical professional failed her. Every sort of outlet she had failed her. Suicide hotline, turned her away 2 times because she didn't have a sufficient plan, so it didn't meet the requirements for help. Basically saying, well, call us back when you have the rope around your neck, right?
In the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that like where you have a spark plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain. That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy?
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
Appreciate you, Jacob. Much love.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant, with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know?
No,
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
Objection.
If he knows, he can answer that.
Yes.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree, has a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going?
Want to take a short break?
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Please on the chairs. This way, please.
She just looks crazy to me, bro. She just looks wild. Yeah, I'll have to check out. I think I've heard of him.
All right, Counsel, can I see you at sidebar? Just briefly. Doc.
Yeah, she just looks like she's crazy. I mean, other days there's, yeah, other days when we're watching her on here, she's I don't know what to even call it, looking manic. And today it looks like she gave off just a little smirk. So I mean, I don't know. I think she's crazy though. You could just see it in her eyes. I'm gonna pull up some clips here. I have. But yeah, I mean, she just looks crazy to me. She's not gonna get off. I mean, at the end of the day, sorry. At the end of the day, like when I was watching Long Crime, they were talking about when they played the 911 phone call from the father, and hearing him scream, like hearing the noises he was making, and like just the sound of his heart getting broken on camera. It's very sad, and they said he's never seen a whole jury like be shaken like that. And I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, and I know that I have my own theories, right? But what I first will say is that, you know, I know that um, postpartum depression is a thing, but that's no excuse for unaliving your children, right? They would have been better off in adoption, I guess. I don't know, but my theory is that, like, especially with the quote from the video yesterday, I don't know if it was in my video yet. I think it's the one I'm uploading today, where it's she was hearing the voice saying, you're not the same, you never will, boy, you never will be. This is your last chance, or whatever. I think that, you know, because when they went over the pregnancies, they went over the first pregnancy, it, you know, tore her, and it was very physically enduring. And then the second one was pretty rough as well. The third one was easy. I think that she changed from those first two pregnancies. Like, her body was messed up, and I feel like that was the one thing that she was stuck on, where my body's never going to be the same again, right? I don't know. We can just go down to Lindsay Clancy Twitter space here, I guess. Twitter area. Or X area. I mean, all these people standing outside. I mean, this is just crazy.
Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you!
And there was this one video I was watching. I guess I didn't repost it. I should have. I just get so sick of hearing these people talk about Lindsay Clancy and defending her. But I mean, there was this guy. It must have been like a wedding or something like that, or like a bridal shower. I don't fucking know what these things are. But this girl was like defending her, saying, "Oh, well, you men don't know. You men can't tell us how we feel, and you know, we have to wake up every day and we always fall short. You know, we could be a stay-at-home mom, but people are saying, why don't you have your college degree, and blah 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 blah." And it just basically shows the indoctrination that's been set forth on us when it comes to, you know, being a stay-at-home mom isn't good enough, or, you know, you need to have a college degree. And but yeah, I mean, all these women that are standing out here are just, I mean, crazy, right? I mean, this is crazy. Says hundreds of women showed up to support a mother on trial for strangling, yeah, her 5, 3, and 8-month-old baby. I mean, this is crazy.
Being here will make her feel any better, but I mean, she's living in hell right now.
We're here to send one message, and that message is that it should not take tragedy for people to start paying attention to mental health.
So young people, everyone can be kind each other, not behind each other.
I mean, the people who brought their kids, welcome in Wisconsin. Make sure you guys like the stream, and anyone that's new to the stream, make sure you double tap the screen, show some love and support, hit the subscribe button. We're on the road to 20K subs. But anyone that is coming to this place with their kids is even more crazy, right? Social media is filled with videos of women bothering their children or crying over motherhood, slowly in solidarity with Lindsay Clancy. I mean, there's just people who shouldn't be parents, you know? This is one thing I wanted to show too, because it's been going around that, you know, Patrick had something to do with something. But breaking: Lindsay Clancy's defense attorney, Kevin Riddington, dismisses theories that Patrick Clancy unalive their children. So much for the psychotic women online attempting to blame and idolizing
Credibility to the theories about Patrick. Sir, any comment on rumors regarding Patrick?
No, I don't deal in rumors.
Sir, you don't think there's any credibility to the theories about Patrick that are being circulated by some of these women?
I got enough to worry about Lindsay right now without worrying about rumors with Patrick. So I'm going to defer on that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, any comment on rumors regarding Patrick?
I guess he doesn't say much, but it's just rumors. Yeah, this girl right here, though, on it was like the craziest one. The girl in the green dress, like, you know, sometimes you see people going around or like in your community that just look psycho, like this one in the green. And you're like, this is why like insane asylums need to come back, because we just have these people roaming the streets and roaming our cities, and all of a sudden one pops into court looking like this girl. I mean, look at her. It's like she's just trying to like get clout, or she looks like she's crazy. Like when I looked at Lindsay and I seen the way she was, like her eyes were moving, her freaking lips were quivering, and she was just all crazy. And then today she's like smiling a little bit, like, yeah, okay, Lindsay Clancy's fucking psycho. But this woman right here is just as psycho. It reminds me of those girls, the Manson girls walking down that hallway. I mean, look at her. Looking at the camera, smiling. Can't even wink right. This girl looks just like Lindsay Clancy. From the side. Oh, dude, it was like beep boop boop beep boop. You know that little freaking meme where the computer is, it's like beep boop beep boop boop. That's what it looked like with her trying to wink, like the computer's trying to fucking start up, bro. We gotta rewatch that. Computer's trying to start up right here, guys. Tell me you're not a, or tell me you're not a human and you're a robot without telling me you're not a human and a robot. Like, that's right there is like, yeah. Yeah, not watching that one. Female TikToker takes a break from work to film a video in front of a bathroom stall, explaining that Lindsay Clancy jumped from her window because her husband barricaded her in her room. Her evidence: Patrick Clancy had handprints on furniture in his own house. He told her the whole plan because that's what narcissists do. He wants to see the pain in her eyes, the fear in her eyes, to initiate this response. These liberal women who are coming online and trying to smear this man who like went through the unimaginable is just crazy to me. Everyone in that courtroom said that he looked like he was just not enjoying being in there. Obviously, who would? But everyone said that he was emotional, and you know, like, you can't fake that shit. Some people can, they're psychopaths, but I just, you know, it's the proof's in the pudding, bro. You know, her own defense isn't denying that she killed the kids, you know. But like I said, I think every medical professional failed her, especially the ones who, you know, when she was denied inpatient treatment at the hospital because she didn't meet the requirements. She could be like presenting herself as good in front of you, but then later on has an episode, right? Like Patrick said, you know, after we got home, it got worse. She said that she was, you know, not the same. She never would be, and her chances are going to run out. And if they would have maybe just admitted her and monitored her meds and tried to change them or take them out of her system and monitored her behavior and mental state, maybe they would have seen one of these hallucinations or seen something that she was having, and things could have gotten at least fixed, not fixed, but helped a little bit.
All right, I got a theory. Hang with me. If your children were downstairs in a 2-story house and you were upstairs on the 2nd story, and there was a fire in your home of which prevented you from being able to exit your bedroom door, go down the stairs and get the children, and you had no other choice and you were completely stuck on that 2nd floor in your bedroom, would you or would you not try to jump out the window to go save those kids? Because that's the only way to get down there to them, right? Fight or flight kicks in.
God, she sounds so stupid already. You're not going to slit your wrists and slit your throat.
You're going to get out there
And then jump out the window to go help your kids. Just, oh, these are TikTok people, bro. I got to remind myself that. Just chill out, Mr. Kanye. Just calm down, okay? Because I'm going to crash out.
that window, right? What if Mr. Pat decided to drug her earlier in the evening, we'll say 4:30. By 5 o'clock, she started getting drowsy. He tells her, go upstairs, go take a rest. When she gets upstairs, she finally passes out, lays in the bed. A few minutes later, he comes upstairs. She looks knocked out. At that point, he injures her on the wrists and on the neck. He thinks she's dead, probably because of all the blood loss. A person who's not a nurse sees that much blood, guess what? They are either getting faint, queasy. He thinks she's done for. So he leaves, barricades the door, goes and does what he does, kills those kids, goes on his little excursions to make it look like he did not do anything. When he comes back, wrench thrown in his whole scheme because she jumped out that window. It would explain the hands outside of the window, because when she woke up, whether or not she was drowsy, drugged, bloody, or whatever, she remembers in her head that he threatened that he was going to kill those kids in that basement. He told her the whole plan, because that's what a narcissist does. He wants to see the pain in her eyes, the fear in her eyes, to initiate this response. So while he thought that she was dying upstairs, to his surprise, he comes home and she had actually made it out the window, ruining his whole entire plan. But I think it did.
She's just so stupid. Oh my God. Do you not think that the cops can track his phone and his cellular device and know that that could have happened? Or like, do you not think that, you know, the text threads and all this metadata that they're getting and all this other stuff is not being detailed, like being went through in detail? Like, so any other theories could be explored and then vacated if it's not true? Like, oh my God.
Start with some type of situation up there where she was blocked in that room and she had no other choice but to try to get out. He moves the bed when he gets back, moves all the things around, maybe even cleans up the sheets on the bed. Has his handprints all over it. Literally, that's all.
Sounds good. Yeah, no, this person is stupid. And think about it, this is a nurse. Guys, this is a nurse. Jesus Christ. Dude, this is a nurse, bro. Like, imagine this is someone who's taking care of you, bro.
All right, I got a theory. Hang with me.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, we just got a bunch of crazy fucking people on there now. Okay.
Their own windows. The first woman was hanging out of her 2-story window. TikTokers are posting reenactment videos of them hanging out the window to prove that Lindsay Clancy is innocent. This weekend, I've seen 2 different women hanging out of their own windows. The first woman was hanging out of her 2-story window after putting blue dish soap on her wrist to show where the stain should have been if Lindsay opened it.
Yeah, I don't think we should look to TikTokers for any sort of smart opinions, because this is just, they're so stupid, bro. Like, and to me, that it kind of proves even more that these like leftist, liberal, far radical ones are just demonic, bro. Like, this girl unalived her kids, and you're just gonna sit here and try and give her any sort of excuse to get out of it, and even go as far to reenact or blame the husband. Like, but if it was the man who did it, it'd be lock him away forever. It's just crazy to me.
Clancy, a Massachusetts mother of 3, strangled her 3 kids to death in her basement with exercise bands. They were 5, 3, and 8 months old. Her trial is this week. She's being charged with first-degree murder, and the question is whether or not she was undergoing a psychotic episode and didn't mean it, or if she carried out premeditated murder. So either she's committed for life or imprisoned for life. Now, how did we get here? So after her 3rd kid was born, she started losing her mind. Postpartum anxiety, depression, paranoia, insomnia, and evolving psychosis. And in 2022, she started telling mom and husband that she was having thoughts of killing her kids and started seeking big-time medical help. Now, at this point, she's on at least 12 different medications, including the antipsychotic Seroquel, which includes hallucinations as a symptom. New Year's Eve 2022, she finally checks into a
Seroquel, not Seroquel.
mental hospital. 5 days later, she checks out, saying she wants to be home for her 5-year-old's birthday. Then
I didn't know Seroquel was an antipsychotic medication. I just thought it was a sleep medication because I had to take it for sleep before, you know? I mean, I don't like it though because it gives me crazy fucking dreams.
Weeks later, in January of 2023, she's apparently having a really good day. Like, she's not being crazy. She texts her hubby saying, I didn't cook dinner, let's do takeout. He leaves the house for 25 minutes to pick up said takeout and grab Miralax from CVS for his 5-year-old daughter. Security footage confirms this alibi, by the way. And while he's gone, she lures them to the basement and spends about 4 minutes per kid them. Then her arms and neck, and then jumps from a 2nd-story window, permanently paralyzing herself from the waist down. She's on 6 medications at the time. Husband returns home, sees all the bodies, calls the police. And that audio recording has not been released to the public, but reporters in the room said they heard it, and it was just sickening. This story is tragic and vile, and somehow online weirdos have managed to make it worse. Some quick facts before I explain. People are conflating postpartum depression with postpartum psychosis. 13% of American women get postpartum depression. 1 in 1,000 get the psychosis. It's very rare, it's symptoms-based, so you can't find it on an MRI, but it typically presents very suddenly in the first 2 weeks after childbirth. Symptoms include hallucinations, delusions, severe insomnia, and yesterday her mom testified that Lindsay texted her in October of 2022 saying, will you stay with me? Something is wrong. Horrible insomnia, anxiety meds making it worse, really, really scary. I don't want to be alone. Patrick testified that Lindsay called him and said she did it because a man's voice told her if she didn't do it now, she'd lose her chance. It's looking like she went crazy. The prosecution, the people prosecuting her for murder, they have a very, very difficult job. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not crazy, just cold-blooded. But either way, she's still going away for life because her children are forever gone.
I just think she is crazy though. And the reason why, that's what Wisconsin, it's funny you say that, because I said last night, I said, if I was that husband and I got home and found her in the yard and then she said the kids were in the basement and I went and found those kids, I would have went outside and I would have been the one going to prison because I would have finished the job. I would not be able, yeah. But I think she is crazy. I think it happened with her first kid, and I think the mistake they made was having 2 more, you know. I think that it was a slow burn, and then once the fire set, it got big. Because she was trying to seek help. Like, you cannot deny she was trying to seek help, right? There's records of her trying to go to doctors, see psychiatrists, change psychiatrists, having concerns about medications, making it worse, and then they, even after she says, oh, well, I feel like, you know, these medications I'm worried about them, they give her more medications, right? The craziest thing to me was they gave her Ambien, Klonopin, which is just like Xanax, and then they gave her Seroquel. So imagine taking imagine taking Ambien and Seroquel together and then taking during the day before you take that Klonopin. Like, of course you're going to feel even more disassociated, you know what I mean?
Tragedy. But instead of focusing on that, online weirdos are blaming the man. Here's what I mean. Blue-haired people, for instance, are throwing themselves out of windows to prove that she fell out of the window weird. She must have been shoved. It was the husband. Yeah, Patrick, he was not at CVS, according to these ladies. He hired a body double, drugged her, the children, shoved her body out the house, and then staged the rest of it. And the evidence of all this, it doesn't exist, but he did remarry another brunette after his former wife unalived all of their children. So, guilty. There's also women saying this.
Many of us see ourselves in Lindsay. Many of us know that we could have been only one step away from doing some of those horrific things.
What? Like, get help. She had
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with people, bro? Hold on, I'm gonna go fix this fan real quick. I'm feeling hot. Yeah, well, they're suing the doctors. One thing that's weird though is someone that was associated with the district attorney's office bought the house that it happened in. It was on Law and Crime. I'll have to pull up the video.
Psychotic break and committed multiple mortal sins. That's not the same as you feeling down after having a kid. And then there's women out there saying that if men aren't talking about this case, it's because they're abusive.
If you're a man saying, like, she should just go to prison, she did it, Patrick's innocent, leave him alone, he was a great dad, I'm just going to assume that you are abusive.
Yeah, okay. We'll be done with that.
He got rid of all of their stuff. She doesn't have anything. But you guys, I can't. I can't. Like, she can't pet their lovies. It's so upsetting. And I keep seeing her just sitting there and having to listen to all of this over and over again.
Good. She should. Oh my God. We gotta get off TikTok or Twitter, bro. Sorry. I just can't, bro. Like, holy shit, bro. These women are crazy, bro. They're just crazy. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. Like, a lot of these women are just nuts, bro. Like, I mean, seriously, like, the next question I'm gonna have to ask one of my nurses or a doctor, it's gonna fucking cut me open, is gonna be, are you liberal? Because if so, can't be having that. Let's look up Law and Crime quick. Let's see if I can't explore that alternate theory with you guys quick. It was this one.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
And that was sent from your Surface Pro?
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
We're breaking down a complete timeline where Patrick Clancy was and when the day his ex-wife killed their kids. This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie. Tennis shoes and a full zip jacket minutes later at the restaurant.
Dude, that is so him, bro. Like, to anyone who's gonna sit here and say that this is not the guy, this guy right here, I mean, bro, you gotta get your brain checked, because this is so him. There is like no question.
But even after that, when Patrick testified he returned home, he said,
I started taking my boots off.
and that's just one example. Online discourse also points to the alleged missing 15 minutes. One Reddit user wrote, his timeline in my eyes does not add up. The Massachusetts prosecutors went extensively through what his tasks were while he was away from the house. Patrick states he left the house at 5:15. He confirms the first stop is CVS. The prosecutors state that CVS is 3 minutes away from their home. So why did Patrick not appear in the store until 5:32 and out of the store by 5:37? There's 15 minutes that he's unaccounted for. And
Have you ever heard of a red light? Or like, you know, traffic? Oh my God, bro.
all of that, by the way, was discussed at length during Patrick's testimony.
And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
Also, somewhere in this timeline, there's the discussion about an email sent from Patrick's Surface Pro.
You have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
That was my laptop. Yeah.
But the email sent from his laptop was reportedly sent at 5:24 p.m. on January 24th, 8 minutes before he ever walked in to CVS. Clearly, there's a lot to unpack. We've had a lot of comments and discussions about Patrick's timeline, so we're going to break it all down for you right now. Let's start with the basics. Lindsay Clancy is charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of her 3 children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan. On January 24th, 2023, Lindsay reportedly used exercise bands to strangle each one of her kids in the basement of her Duxbury, Massachusetts home. She did this while her husband Patrick was allegedly out running errands.
Dude, those are boots. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
He was excited about that?
Yeah.
At 8:17 a.m., Patrick texted Lindsay the exercise bands to strangle each one of her kids in the basement of her Duxbury, Massachusetts home. She did this while her husband...
Dude, if they're gonna say that these, like, oh, these are shoes, you know, but some appreciate the floating heart, Stacy. Some people consider these boots. Like, these are those like boot type shoes that you get for work, right? Like they're like tennis shoes, but they're boots. You get what I'm saying? They're thicker material, more you can be more constructive with them.
And Patrick was allegedly out running errands. After that, she took some crushed up pills, slit her wrists and neck, and jumped out of a second-story window in an attempt to end her life. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts argues that Lindsay carried out cold and calculated murders, doing so when she was of sound mind. Her defense, however, argues Lindsay was in the midst of postpartum psychosis and that she suffered a mental break that led to her killing the kids. This case is interesting because the defense is arguing Lindsay isn't criminally responsible for murder, but they admit she killed the kids. It's not a classic whodunit. And yet, the narrative online says that it is. In fact, some people online speculate Patrick Clancy himself murdered the children and even convinced Lindsay that she was the one who did it. These people point to what they say are inconsistencies in his testimony and timeline the day the children were killed, arguing it's proof of their theories. And here's where I have to tell you, Patrick Clancy is not charged in the murders of his children. In fact, he's not charged in this case at all. By all accounts displayed at trial so far, Patrick has been cooperative with investigators since the day it happened and honest about what happened too. So as far as we've heard, Patrick was never a suspect in this case, and still, trial watchers following this case have questions. So let's take a look at his timeline from start to finish, the day the kids died. And for that, we actually have to start one day prior, on January 20th. /Scandal 60.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
At 8:17 a.m., Patrick texted Lindsay this picture of Dawson. 1 minute later, at 8:18 a.m., Lindsay sent this photo of Cora in response. Both of these photos, by the way, have been admitted into evidence. And if you want to take a closer look at all the evidence files we've received so far in this case, just a click away. For behind every major scandal is a paper trail the public rarely gets to see. If you haven't heard yet, you can go beyond the headlines with case files.
Fourth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
This goes to the prosecution's theory that Lindsay was of sound mind the day of the alleged murders and acted with premeditation. But back to the timeline.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
This is the photo that Lindsay texted Patrick while he was inside working and she was outside with the kids playing in the snow.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
How often do you think do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come out to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days.
Patrick says there was no indication that Lindsay was having any sort of suicidal thoughts or mental health issues that day. He said everything seemed normal. The next stop on the timeline.
All right, trials beginning again.
Session may be seated.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Dude, this fucking person brought a dog to court. She just looks crazy. I'm sorry, bro. She's got that like empty stare.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, when we left off, I believe the question was that, and you agreed, the sudden drop can cause significant GABA dysfunction. Recall that question where we broke off talking about the gamma? And you're familiar with the concept of, in that regard, talking about the gamma-aminal butyric acid and its effect on the progesterone and its effect on the brain synapses, is referred to as breaks, B-R-E-A-K-S. You've heard of that term, right?
No.
You aware, sir, that when you get to the point where you have that precipitous drop in the progesterone and the allopregnanolone dropping precipitously, that in fact it constitutes and causes significant neurotransmitter malfunction, referred to as broken brakes?
I'm not familiar with that term.
Can you tell me what a neurotransmitter in the brain is?
You're asking what is a neurotransmitter?
Sure. I don't know.
Neurotransmitters function in the brain and have responsibility for not only aspects of mood, but also psychosis. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is significant in terms of psychosis. When it's too high, we need it. But the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken brakes hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone in the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in that position of the precipitous
Make sure you guys
drop
like the
of
stream, man. Double tap the
after
screen, hit the
ceasing
subscribe button. We're on the road to
breastfeeding
20K
activity,
subs, man.
the enhancement with the GABA.
You mean prolactin?
These fucking flies are getting on my nerves, man.
Enhancement of the GABA activity.
They always get bad this time of year.
That would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Certainly, mood symptoms can be significant.
I'm going to go grab something. I'll
Would you
be right
agree,
back.
sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior? Would you agree with that?
I would say it's possible.
And that would relate to the capacity of a person
Yeah, it's always
to
this time of year,
conform their
man. No matter
conduct.
what you
If,
do, they
in
get
fact,
bad.
Because of the
And it sucks because when I'm streaming, they crawl on my webcam or they get on my fucking nerves, man.
GABA and the progesterone and all that we just talked about, the intrusive, hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior would address itself to the issue of capacity to conform one's conduct, right?
No, it depends on the timing. If you're talking,
Is the answer no?
at 8 months?
Yeah, hold on. You gotta let doctor finish. Did you finish that answer?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Next question.
So Did I hear you say that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself? Is that what you said? Well, let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that
When her husband found her on the ground?
Yeah,
Yes, or something to that effect.
something to that effect, okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was
I'm at
actually
the
speaking
dispensary
with Lindsay
soon.
as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with a broken neck and the slashes and the slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment, what did you do?
No.
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
Not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. You've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up, that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay. So let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listen to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you that, when was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes.
You read the police report, right?
Yes.
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
Correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes, with a key.
And there was blood on the doorknob, right?
There was blood in the room on the
Describe the room
on the floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob? If you know,
I don't recall.
Do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay. And you would agree that there was a lot of blood, drops, drips on the mirror, drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think he used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Wine tumbler.
Thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and look more.
It makes me think if she's drinking while on these medications too. Like, is she drinking wine? Is she having alcohol? Because I mean, that's just going to make it a whole lot worse too with these symptoms she's having.
More closely at the photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes.
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
They wouldn't.
I mean, there is.
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we know that that's even drugs or medications or whatever word you want to use?
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me, yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills, was there a pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Sorry, guys.
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said, after a painful questioning, that they were crushed, and you agreed that they were crushed, wouldn't there be a residue?
A residue?
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there a
What
residue
was her
on the
blood
table,
alcohol
on
level?
the nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
Not that I saw.
There's no investigation by the police to determine what was in that powder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
Everybody does stuff different.
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of
you guys
the
double tap
events. In
screen.
Well,
terms
if I
of,
tell you, sir, that a couple of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick, and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles. Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? If you know, you told the jury yesterday you read all the stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports, lots of witnesses.
Yeah, I did not read that.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Yes,
Or have a false memory?
it's possible.
Did Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it? Do you think she was malingering and lying to you at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No.
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed.
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family, is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How'd she mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
Are you kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained.
They stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overruled.
Sleep over?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like her defense attorney. It's just something about him. I feel like he's a dog in this fight. You know what I'm saying?
How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
Not saying she should have a great defense attorney, right?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No.
They came back and forth.
Back and forth. Well, they stayed about 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Answer's yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent.
Yeah, they're
to her
strong.
mother.
It's a strong medication.
She didn't
that's
send
for
a mother
sure.
photograph showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
Make sure you guys
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Given the prior text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that, that was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children and the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? What'd you do, call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the district attorney call him up?
I asked Ms. Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I...
Which one? Which one of these two?
Ms. Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
Oh man, they're going at it, bro.
She told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Ms. Clancy's family.
Okay.
Welcome in, Buzz.
Do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
It would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon me.
This is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say,
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
But he just said he called the mom. He asked him like 5 times, did you call the mom in June? Did you call in June? Did you call in June?
Ms. Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Bro, I'm sorry, but bro, I'm telling you, there's something about this guy. Like he's funny as fuck. He's like, okay, so you talked to Jen, whatever. And then she's like, attorney, and he just said her full name anyway. And now he's doing the joke.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or the cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac and Helbrun and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigation, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she wants to talk to you and have a rapport?
Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative?
Yes.
She was polite?
Yes.
She was pleasant?
Yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
Okay. One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering, or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No. You were a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Yes, the statements about the auditory
Answer is
hallucination.
yes. Excuse me.
Yes.
The answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if, in fact, they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
You're fine, Stacey.
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, I don't know, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that, as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun, did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So, when the tests were administered and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many, many, many learned treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing of his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever, and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are 3 kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle, so he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have 2 young children that have to be fed, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Yes.
Told you that she would not give the kids chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Not necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful? Telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you, your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong. You're telling this jury, in Dr. Satop's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry. I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true. I'm wrong.
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is that consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal.
So
for people who are psychotic.
And you were aware, sir, that Philip Resnick, Dr. Resnick, did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Treatise, yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just if some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior, would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Would you agree with that?
That was not my recollection of the research. That
okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No. Excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established who authored it, read it, all that. Okay.
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. So, if we can share that?
Do you want me to say it?
No, I want you to share it. Put it right here so I can look at it. Okay. All right. Would you agree, sir, that it says voices are typically heard? This is a claim number 1. In other words, doctors feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
Right. And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head, auditory hallucinations, are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
That was the old original way of thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time. That they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree then, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that internal located voices are emblematic of genuine AVH.
Damn, that guy coughing was loud as fuck.
And externally located voices are atypical.
Damn near blew my eardrums out, man.
Correct?
Yes.
Fuck that guy.
For example, in that sense, the largest study on this question, Kathy Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right? Oh, one other thing, you were in med school and we talked about that too. That would have been.
Yeah, I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did.
So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud...
You know, and I'm not trying to be in her favor, but some people, you know, do have underlying schizophrenia. Like it comes out if they smoke weed, or it comes out if a number of things, right? As I was talking about my family, about that last night too. Is I think it started to come out more during her postpartum depression after she had her kids and she had these rough labors. That's my theory.
Auditory hallucination, voice.
Not saying she's still not shit.
Male commanding her to do what she told you that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, is suffering with her medical condition or psychiatric condition and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld...
Form of the question?
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
Yep. I think I think that, you know, the defense is trying to slip him up in ways. I get that vibe from him. I get that vibe. I wonder what he was like when he was younger. But if you're new to the stream, make sure you double tap the screen, show some love and support. Appreciate you guys for being here. Make sure you hit subscribe button and hit notification bell. The nurses came in for vitals and drugs. I don't know. Nurses had to come in the other day and get her together, I guess, when she heard certain testimony. Or no, it was after she had heard the 911 call. So, but yeah, man. Appreciate you guys for being here, man. Make sure if you're in here, you say what's up in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Get us in the algorithm, man. We're back on that consistent shit now that school started for the kids, so we are out here on that grind. Watching Lindsay Clancy trial day 21, so I hope you guys are enjoying it. Off topic, my snake's new mice get here today, so that's gonna be cool. See if she can move up to fuzzies now.
Would you agree, sir, based on your investigation, police reports, statements of witnesses, grand jury, photographs, videos, interviews of Lindsay, review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed, that in fact on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control, and when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first, before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route. She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan, and after only 4 months in treatment,
surgery go, Stacy?
she made a choice.
I remember to ask you about that.
A deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore, And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yeah, it is. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, thank you.
Well, that's not good for the prosecution for him to say that.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you were asked during cross-examination about your work as a forensic psychiatrist for the Bureau of Prisons and for the prisons in Virginia. And about that work and kind of minimizing what your experience was there. What was your work there? What did that entail?
Well, I continued to work there, and I continued to teach students in that system. Seeing patients who are inmates in a number of different facilities, men's and women's facilities over the years, and doing assessments, evaluations, making determinations about treatment and the like, gathering information. So really treating these inmate patients as patients who have significant mental illness and really require the best treatment that we can provide.
How'd your surgery go, Stacy?
And during the course of your many, many years working in that system and treating these patients, have you treated patients with psychosis?
Yes.
And does that include treating women with psychosis?
Yes.
And how often have you done that?
I don't know, Jack. I didn't ask about it. He said two already. He's already said twice.
Overall, she may have that. Go
ahead. Since 1992?
Yes.
So 34 years.
How many patients have you treated in the prison system, women patients dealing with psychosis, approximately?
Several hundred.
And are there certain common signs or symptoms that these women display who have psychosis?
Yes.
And what are those?
Well, some have delusions, fixed false beliefs about certain things, though they can present as being psychotic that way. Also, they can present with hallucination.
So basically, when people say that there's, more than two genders, they're psychotic, right?
What we call perceptual disturbances, and generally they are, in most cases, auditory hallucinations, auditory verbal hallucinations. And they also can present with disorganized thinking, having words, making up words that have special meaning, really having a great difficulty communicating.
And you also mentioned that you all worked for a state hospital for, I think you said 15 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you treat patients with psychosis during those 15 years?
Yes.
And did those include women with psychosis?
Yes.
And in terms of your treatment of women with psychosis, were you responsible for diagnosing them with their underlying mental condition?
Yes.
Diagnosing psychosis as being one of their symptoms?
Correct.
And then treating the underlying condition and the symptom of psychosis for those women?
Yes.
And you did that for approximately 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned two specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you learn from treating those two patients?
So those are the two patients that are mentioned in the case reports.
Which case reports?
The case report about postpartum psychosis that was written.
On the medication interaction?
Yes. Are you asking how those patients presented?
Yes.
Okay. There were, as I recall, it's been a while since I looked at the paper, but one was an 18-year-old woman who had delivered her child and had decided not to take, or that she did not want to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, also called Parladel, was given. And we found that within, I think, just a couple of days of the time that she was given this medication, she became convinced that she had to kill her child. And I believe that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations, and she was so distressed about that she wanted to kill herself and was suicidal. And that was how she was brought to our attention. In evaluating her, we removed the Parladel, the bromocriptine, and she responded and resolved.
So you're telling me that, and I don't know if Lindsay Clancy even got this, it's just kind of talking about that medication. Why are we still giving it to people then? Like, if a girl says that she don't want to breastfeed and you're giving her these medications and they make her go crazy to the point where they are having thoughts of killing their kid and themselves, like, yeah, I mean, why are we still giving this out? Why is this not talked about? I mean, that's kind of, it seems like he didn't even want to say that, to be honest. He was like kind of like stuttering during it. Like, I mean, maybe that's not something they want to have out, but I mean, why are we giving these medications to people if it's even showing one or two people these symptoms? Fresh mothers that just had kids, nevertheless.
Her symptoms, her psychotic symptoms, and we were able to discharge her back to her family. The other case, I believe, was another female, a bit older, maybe mid-20s, and she was also given this medication and also became psychotic. For her, it was more a manifestation of mania. She was hypersexual with her husband. She, I think, was quite hyper-religious, and she was...
Doctor,
sorry.
in terms of her delusions, those were more of religious delusions?
Pardon me?
Her delusions regarding her child were religious delusions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And once that medication was removed from that woman, did her symptoms subside?
Yes. I think in that case, she was also given, she was so disruptive on the ward, taking her clothes off, et cetera, that she was also given antipsychotic medication for a period of time, and her symptoms resolved.
And going back to the first patient that you described, you said that she had voices instructing her to harm her child. And was it as a result of her feelings of guilt for about those thoughts and voices that she was suicidal?
Yes.
Okay. So she wanted to kill herself instead of killing her children, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by Attorney Reddington about your curriculum vitae and focusing in on terrorism, and is that your sole focus? And you said no. What has been your focus over your career?
Well, from the time that I finished my residency, I've been very interested in public psychiatry. And so upon realizing the seriousness of mental illness within the prison system and the value of teaching psychiatry
you guys
to
like the
students
stream? If you're just
within
coming
the
in, man,
system.
double tap that screen, show some love.
I
Go to 20K subs.
began
man,
doing
hit the
that while
subscribe
I was
button.
also doing work with the state hospitals, seeing patients, whatever. So I would say that of all the things that I do and consider myself, what is most important to me is working with patients, and it's the value of also being with students and having them learn from from these patients is going to make them better doctors, even if they don't choose to go into psychiatry. So I see my identity actually as a clinician, and I have patients I'm scheduled to see. I was supposed to see some yesterday, and also I'm going to see patients on Friday.
And Doctor, defense counsel asked you about the onset of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and you had said that the DSM-5 lists postpartum onset within 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about other organizations going up to approximately a year, correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has a clinical descriptions and diagnostic requirements for behavioral and neurodevelopmental disorders that has a section on mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerium, P-U-E-R-P-E-R-I-M, which does that mean during or after birth?
Yes.
And that in that section by the World Health Organization, they state that mental and...
Objection. She's not going to read that to him, and then he's going to agree with it. She can ask him if he's read
Well,
it.
let's hear the question first, and then I'll assume there'll be an objection.
Are you aware that in that section it states that mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium are syndromes associated with pregnancy or the puerperium commencing within about 6 weeks after delivery?
Objection. Overruled. I'll allow that if you know that, Doctor.
Yes.
Okay.
And are you also aware that there's a section talking about mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium with psychotic symptoms that says onset of a syndrome involving significant mental and behavioral features occurring during pregnancy or the puerperium, i.e. up to about 6 weeks following delivery, is required for diagnosis?
That's my understanding.
And that's from the World Health Organization, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about whether blood testing would be appropriate for a patient, and you said that it would depend on the history of the patient, the symptoms, the medication. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything in the records about Lindsay Clancy that would have required blood testing?
No.
You were also asked about thyroid function and how sometimes you might want to test thyroid function in a postpartum woman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you, are you aware that, reading from Exhibit 222, I believe, that Ms. Clancy's thyroid levels were checked when she visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room on November 16th, 2022, and her levels were within normal limits?
Yes.
I just moved to submit this page from Exhibit 222. Showing the thyroid
Appreciate you,
levels.
Stacy.
Right, so
I hope you get better soon.
That's in. It's just a
I'm sure
follow-up.
everybody's just zoning
She
out
can
on
say, I'll allow that.
the court right now, or on the video.
And doctor, just for the jury to know, in that page
Make sure you guys double
that's just
tap
been
the
marked
screen,
in
man.
as
They'll show some
exhibit,
love, get those
the
likes up.
thyroid levels would be marked
Try
by
and get some sort of
TSH, correct?
Motion
Correct.
going again here.
You were asked about Lamictal and the serious rash that could occur. You said that the serious rash is rare. How rare is it?
Approximately 1 in 1,000.
And you mentioned that millions of people take Lamictal with no problem at all, correct?
That's right.
And is there anything that providers do to be aware of the potential for the rash and to explain that to patients and to try to just basically keep an eye out to see if the patient's developing that symptom?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a medication that needs to be started at a low dose, 25 milligrams, and only gradually moving up. Finally, after a number of weeks, to a dose as much as 200 milligrams, perhaps even more. When the medication is given in a what we call titrated, slow process, the potential for this serious rash is greatly decreased. So it really is a medication that requires a slow titration. So the patient needs to be patient with that process, but it's now one of the most used mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder. That it really is a very, very important, valuable medicine for bipolar disorder.
And you said that it's important to start at a low dose. Did you say 25 milligrams?
Correct.
And do you recall what dose Dr. Tufts wrote the prescription for Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what was that?
25 milligrams.
And do you recall from the records whether the plan was, if she were to take it, to titrate in the manner you described?
Correct.
And putting aside whether or not someone chooses to take the medication because of a rash, is there any significance to the person, to a patient, being prescribed a medication and then not telling that provider that they chose not to take it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it really limits the provider in making other decisions. If a decision is made that a patient is not going to take a certain category of medication, it's helpful to let that provider know and say, I've decided against it. What are some other alternatives?
Doctor, you were asked about lack of sleep potentially causing psychosis, correct?
Correct.
And sleep was definitely an issue for Ms. Clancy in the fall leading into December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And looking back to the McLean records, would it be accurate to state that her sleep got progressively better while at McLean?
Yes.
And then directing your memory to the text messages that Ms. Clancy had with her mother from January 7th through January 22nd of 2023, would it be accurate to state that she told her mother she was sleeping better during that time?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you if by all the evidence and witnesses that the defendant was a happy wife, mother, daughter, all of that, and you said no. What were you referring to when you said no?
Well, I was thinking about the paper that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, in which she expressed some of the concerns that she had, significant anxiety, but also, as I recall, insomnia was a concern of hers. And it was followed up with Jennifer McAllister, who worked with Dr. Tufts. And I think in Ms. McAllister's note, Ms. Clancy mentioned that she had waning confidence in being able to take care of her children as they were growing up. And that, I think in a note of Dr. Tufts noted that she said that she found that Callan needed more attention, and that as the kids were growing older, that she was finding them more challenging.
Did she give any information did Ms. Clancy give any information about why it was more challenging as the kids got older?
I'm going to object, this is pretty far afield.
Yeah, sustained. It goes beyond cross.
So, Doctor, defense counsel asked you about Dr. Tufts and her treatment of the defendant, and mentioned repeatedly how she had only been in the practice on her own for a few months. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In reviewing Dr. Tufts' treatment of the defendant and the medications she prescribed and the methods she used in prescribing those medications, did you have any issues or concerns about the approach she took or what she prescribed?
No.
And what were your thoughts about her approach to treating this defendant?
Well, possibly because Dr. Tufts was new and had just come into practice. She was more available. And so I think she was able to
For 12 hours a week or whatever.
see Ms. Clancy over video 14 times. And for example, when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean, the request from McLean was that she needed immediate outpatient follow-up. And so Dr. Tufts arranged it the following day. And so there were some weeks where Dr. Tufts saw Ms. Clancy more than once a week. And I will also say that when Ms. Clancy decided to go to nurse practitioner Paul and then saw Nurse Gelada, I think early December, it might have been December 1st, she then went to Dr. Tufts, and Dr. Tufts wrote a note saying that she felt uncomfortable making prescriptions while Ms. Clancy was going to another provider. But in that note, suggested that Lamictal could be helpful. So Dr. Tufts was very responsive to concerns of Ms. Clancy in terms of seeing her. Was seeing her weekly and saw her on the
Agreed,
23rd.
Jack. Anyone that's new to the stream, man, make sure you
January,
double tap the
and then
screen,
had
say what's
another
up in the
appointment the
chat,
next
show some
week,
love, man.
and had talked about future treatments, possible treatments, esketamine, as well as TMS. So perhaps the fact that she had just left her residency meant that she could be more responsive to seeing patients quickly, and she did that.
And speaking specifically to the prescribing, prescribing which medications she's prescribed, which doses, what different options she tried. Did you have an opinion based on your training and experience of Dr. Tufts' method with prescriptions?
Yes.
And what was that?
I felt that the prescribing was very reasonable.
How so?
Well, back in 2013, 2014, Ms. Clancy had taken Prozac and SSRI, and it was helpful. She also took Wellbutrin and propranolol. After Dawson was born, Ms. Clancy had some significant anxiety and actually went to a doctor and was prescribed Zoloft. So this would have been in 2019. But then decided, 2019, early 2020, but then decided not to take the Zoloft. Her anxiety symptoms resolved. It was a difficult time, particularly as she got older because of COVID, but she decided that even though she had the prescription of Zoloft, she decided not to take it. The anxiety that she experienced after Callan's birth was more significant and lasted longer. And so she went to Dr. Tufts, who got a history of Ms. Clancy having taken the Prozac.
Same here, Jack. I got 2
and done well
daughters
on
I'm
it,
raising.
having seriously considered Zoloft to the extent that she got a prescription for it, decided not to take it. That Zoloft at 25 milligrams, which is the lowest dose, starting that, would be a reasonable choice. Really, perhaps the most reasonable choice of an antidepressant, given Ms. Clancy's history up to that point. I believe that there were only 7 pills taken. Ms. Clancy was directed to take 25 milligrams for a week and then increased to 50 milligrams, two tablets, but had, I think maybe after 5 days, taken that increase and increased from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then had the adverse reaction of insomnia, very significant insomnia.
And in terms of after seeing the effects from the Zoloft and stopping that prescription, the various prescriptions that Dr. Tufts tried with the defendant, did you have an opinion based on your training experience about whether that trial and error process and what she prescribed and what she tried with the defendant, whether that was reasonable?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And was it reasonable?
You can tell the judge is just sick of the defense attorney. He's just overruled. Whatever. Fuck you.
Was it reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Ms. Clancy, after having the insomnia, was very upset.
Just getting back on my
and
streaming
concerned,
grounds,
as
kids are
anyone
supposed
would
to, it's a
be.
little bit slow
I think that was around October 21st. And so Dr. Tufts assessed her and told her to stop the Zoloft and started her on Ativan, I understand, and Benadryl. And that medication was helpful for a while. But Ms. Clancy was concerned about Ativan, benzodiazepines being addictive, and concerned about getting hooked on these types of medications. And that is a concern over the long term. And so part of the process was to see if she could be treated effectively by decreasing the benzodiazepines, or maybe giving her a longer acting benzodiazepine. The medication buspirone, was prescribed by Dr. Tufts, but Ms. Clancy, in a note.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can I have a standing objection to the rambling answers? This is redirect. I object.
All right. Will you see, counsel? I just want to put something on the record. Counsel.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, they're both just going off on tangents right now, like, in my opinion. I mean, the defense, it was hard to kind of, like, gauge what they're trying to get at, right? Like, I think, you know, they're trying to really hammer home, like, remembering things wrong, or hammer home just certain little things. But, you know, obviously the prosecution's trying to just basically land home this anything that's scientific when it comes to these, you know, when can you get postpartum depression? It only lasts this amount of time for the waiting period. You know, what happens when you take this medication? What happens with this medication, you know? And I already said she was over medicated, bro. For a person, if she had schizophrenia, bro, and you're over here giving her at one point Ambien, Klonopin, and Ativan, and Seroquel. And I think they stopped Ativan. It was just a Seroquel and then the other two. Dude, that's crazy, bro. And no wonder why you're going to feel so disassociated, because you're taking all these different, you know, stronger drugs. Like, when I was a kid, I was prescribed Prozac and stuff like that because I thought I had depression like a little bitch. No, I'm just kidding. And, you know, none of it worked for me. So then, you know, later on, I ended up taking Klonopin, and I didn't like it because it zombifies you, bro. It's just like Xanax. You're going to fall asleep. Yeah, my doctor always, you know, you should always stay tested, though. Like, even if they say, well, they don't need to, you should probably request one. You want to make sure you're healthy, but I don't know. You know, and then she's taking the Ativan, and the thing is, though, is with the Ativan and everything else, it's crazy ups and it's crazy downs,
And so,
right? You
doctor,
take an
if you
Ativan
could
and you're up.
Continue
taking
your
the
answer.
Just for a second, I just want to, so members, we're going to go a little past the
Klonopin,
1
yeah.
o'clock, the usual time of the break here for certain scheduling reasons, okay?
So if you could just summarize briefly what you said, that you thought that Dr. Tufts' approach was reasonable. If you could just summarize briefly why you thought her approach was reasonable.
According to the notes and also the emails communications with
door by door online or door by online. Even if it was more than one doctor, Ativan is a sedative. Well, I could have swore it was an upper. My bad. But even if it was one doctor, you you still know the history, right? Like you pull up charts, things of that nature. And I just think if she was experiencing these hallucinations and like the husband told the doctors, why are you prescribing other drugs? Why they denied her hospital inpatient care, like, to take her in and like evaluate her and hold her for a while. That's what should have been done. Like, doctors do way too much throwing of these medications around, and they are suing them too. But I just think that they failed her. They should have taken her in and seen if she was really having these effects or having these hallucinations and really, trying to evaluate everything and see it for themselves instead of just waiting for something to happen.
Dr. Tufts and Ms. Clancy, I found Dr. Tufts to be very responsive to Ms. Clancy's symptoms and concerns in really trying to make adjustments according to how Ms. Clancy was doing.
Thank you. And you were asked by defense counsel about her visit to Women and Infants Hospital and about the defendant. I believe what defense counsel asked you was that every time a doctor told the defendant to do something, she was on it immediately. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you recall that in the Women and Infants records that they offered her 3 programs, an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program, and the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for guidance?
I mean, dude, she called the suicide hotline, and they told her they can't help her because she doesn't have a laid out plan on how she's going to unalive herself. Like, that to me is crazy too, At the end of the day, what, you waiting for them to grab the rope before they call you again? Like, that I didn't agree with. And yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Guidance about those programs.
All I know is I don't know.
And do you recall reading in the notes and records of Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, that she never discussed those 3 programs with her doctor or her nurse practitioner, correct?
That's my recollection.
Now, in terms of the calls to Aspire, to the hotline for the suicide hotline, you were asked about where in the records you saw that, and I would just like to approach also from Exhibit 222, the note from December 8th, 2022 of Letitia Dukes, and if you could just review this note here and then look up when you're finished.
Anyone that's new to the stream, man, make sure you double tap in the screen, get the likes up, show some love, help propel me into the algorithm. Say what's up in the chat. We're on the road to 20K subs, so make sure you guys hit the subscribe button with notification bell. Show some love and support, man. I appreciate you guys for being here. Lindsay Clancy trial day 21.
The record that you were referring to that gave you the information about the defendant's call to the suicide hotline?
Yes.
And reading from this page from the exhibit, page 45, it states that patient contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. That's a suicidal ideation plan, correct?
Correct.
And then reading again, Aspire clinician recommended that the patient attend a day program. The clinician said he would be sending the patient resources. Clinician informed the patient that it would be beneficial to attend an IOP or a PHP to help the patient build coping skills and build community. What's an IOP and a PHP? Do you know?
PHP is partial hospitalization program, and an IOP is, I believe, an inpatient program.
And so when the defendant called the
Isolation program. Yeah, I just feel like that suicide hotline number should be treated as like 911. Every single call is taken seriously, and you should probably get some sort of person to that house ASAP if they're calling the hotline, you know. Regardless, and she was denied inpatient. So I don't, from what I was understanding from all this, so that's recommended, but she's denied. She, like, both places denied her.
suicide hotline, she told them she was having suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
But she told them she did not have a plan, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't just hang up on her. They sent her resources and recommended a day program and a partial hospitalization program or an inpatient program, correct?
Correct.
Move to submit these 2 pages, 45 and 46, as the next exhibit. They're apart from Exhibit 222.
All right, subject to the same objection, I'm going to, that may be admitted.
197.
You were asked a lot of questions about hormone changes after pregnancy and if that can affect, and stopping breastfeeding, and if that could affect someone's mental health. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said something about the timing matters. Why does the timing matter?
I'll be right back.
Well, after lactation and a postpartum period, and it may be, the decision for a woman to stop lactation can occur at various times, not just during a circumscribed 1 month period.
By the way, guys, there is a gift goal. There's 4 minutes left on 10. It's a 10 gift goal, whatever gift. Appreciate you guys for being here. God bless.
But stopping lactation causes a decrease in prolactin levels and an increase in estrogen and progesterone. And it really depends on when someone decides to stop breastfeeding. Those significant hormonal changes that are tied to breastfeeding or lactation. And so that's why timing, and the time is important to see at what point did breastfeeding stop, and at what point are we seeing symptoms.
And doctor, with the defendant, the breastfeeding stopped sometime in October, is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking ahead to January 24th, 2023, would you still be expecting to see hormonal problems from stopping breastfeeding in October in January, that many months later?
No.
Now, you were asked about the statements Patrick made regarding his interaction with the defendant when he found her outside in the snow. And is it correct that he told you he found her and said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself"?
Yes.
And did he then say, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "They are in the basement"?
Yes.
Did he then tell you that he then called 911?
I don't recall exactly when he told me that he called 911. What I recall is his statement about what she said to him.
And that was her statements to him when he immediately found her on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that at some point he made a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And during that 911 call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured can deteriorate over time?
Yes, particularly after an overdose.
And can they be speaking in one moment and then unable to speak moments later?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked about the crushed up pills and whether there was any residue on the nightstand or anywhere in the house that the police saw, correct?
Yes.
And there was no residue in the photos, correct?
Not that I saw.
But you don't know when she crushed up the pills, do you?
I don't.
If she had crushed them up earlier in the day, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
Correct.
If she had crushed them up days before and put the empty bottles in a drawer, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
It's sustained.
Yes.
There were many texts between the defendant and her mother in January, correct?
Yes.
And from January 7th until January 22nd, when Ms. Clancy's mother and father visited her at her home, the text messages clearly indicated that they were in two separate locations, correct?
Yes.
And in those text messages, the defendant repeatedly told her mother that she was doing a little bit better, sleeping's a little bit better, correct?
Make sure you guys double tap the screen. Anyone new that's in here, appreciate you guys for being here.
You were asked about Dr. Resnick and how many articles and how many books he's written and how he's well known in this area, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Resnick's teachings about malingering and about psychosis?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Dr. Resnick teaches others that one of the red flags to look for in malingering?
You can ask him what he's read, not tell him what she wants him to say.
No, hold on. Let me hear the question first.
Are you aware that one of the red flags that Dr. Resnick teaches to look for in malingering and faking hearing voices is that someone automatically obeys a command?
Yes.
That's stricken at this time. Can I see counsel?
They're being called up a lot this today. This is the third time. I bet you this judge just ripping them one right now, man. Make sure you guys double tap your screen, man. Help propel me in the algorithm, man. We're back on that consistent shit. So hurry up. Just hit your screen twice, all right? Appreciate you for being here. And yeah, man. Hopefully this don't take long. I guess I got a little bit I can skip forward because we've paused it.
To the jury, that last answer, I think, as I said, was stricken. Okay. Yeah, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were asked about trying to do collateral interviews with the defendant's family, correct?
Yes.
And you had requested of our office to make arrangements to interview the defendant's parents and her sister, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that an email was sent to, were you aware that a phone message was left for Paula Musgrove asking if she and her husband would be willing to meet with you on June 11th, 2026, and that they did not return the call?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that an email was sent to Allison Ozga, the defendant's sister, requesting that she meet with you, and her response to that email was, I am awaiting a response from Kevin advising me on participating in Dr. Saftoff's assessment. I will respond once I speak to him. Were you aware of that?
That was my understanding.
And were you aware that she did not respond after that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You weren't aware that Kevin was on a month-long federal trial during that period of time either, were you? That'd be me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You could say, maybe get a little closer to the microphone. I had problems.
Aware, sir, that during the time that Ozga, her sister, said
all
she's
old people in
waiting
this
to hear
courtroom.
from Kevin, and I'm the Kevin, that I was on trial on a month-long federal case out of my office. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you ever think to call me directly or at my secretary, my office manager, to ask about me reaching out to these people?
No.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else?
God damn,
Thank
dude,
you,
bro.
Doctor.
These
Thank
motherfucking
you.
flies, bro. I'm about to start doing wax on, wax off up in this bitch. Fucking cut this good motherfucker. Crashing out, guys.
All right, Attorney Sprague?
Commonwealth rests.
All right. So members of the jury, the Commonwealth is now rested their rebuttal case, so you have the evidence. All right, and so at this point, what I'm going to do is excuse you till tomorrow morning. right? And tomorrow morning, you should be ready. We're going to have closing arguments and the legal instructions in the morning, and then the jury will begin deliberating. All right, so that's tomorrow. So I would suggest go home, rest up, and be ready for tomorrow. And so now you've heard all the evidence. For the first time I can say that. You've heard all the evidence. But you haven't heard the arguments from the attorneys. You haven't even heard, like I said before, the law that you're to apply. So you still have to keep an open mind. All right? So those instructions that I gave you for the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're doubled down today. All right? Don't read anything. Don't talk about this. Don't watch anything. Don't discuss this with anyone. And keep an open mind. All right? Come this far with that open mind. Bring it with you tomorrow. All right? And so get a good night's sleep. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and we will get as soon as we can. Sometimes there's a little delay when we get to this next section, so we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can tomorrow morning. But if there's a little bit of a delay, as you probably already know, it's probably on me, right? But we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can, get you right back into this. So again, thank you so much for all your work, all your commitment, all your dedication, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jury, no first place on the chair.
Now I gotta go to seal. I wonder who that is. Who's that?
Jurors have exited the floor of this closing session.
Her dad. I think that's her dad.
All right. What I thought we'd do is maybe I'll hear from the defendant in regards to any motions at this point. Then we can take a break, probably till about 2:30. Come back to the charge conference. Before you leave, I have that draft so you could to impose on your lunch hour. You could be looking at my instructions. With that, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor. I know it's not crafted by learned hand, but nevertheless, I did file a motion for required finding that I have to renew. So I'm renewing it and waive argument.
Okay.
We'd object to the motion.
All right. The motion at this point is denied. All right. And so we will be in recess till 2:30. And if counsel can just wait, and I'll get those copies. I should have brought them out with me. They're in my lobby. And then we'll be in recess. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Court, all rise.
So what kind of? I wonder what that is. So what kind of findings was he talking about?
All right. I'm out with me. They're 30. And so we will be in recess to this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Instructions. With that, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor. I know it's not crafted by learned hand, but nevertheless, I did file a motion for required finding that I have to renew.
Required finding. Okay, hold up. Is it legal? It's a motion for a required finding of not guilty is the legal request asking the judge to dismiss a criminal charge and rule in favor of the defendant because the prosecution's evidence is legally insufficient to prove the case. How that works, timing. The defense usually makes this motion right after the prosecution finishes presenting its evidence, rests its case, or at the very end of the trial before the jury deliberates. The legal standard, the judge must look at the evidence in the light of the most favorable of the prosecution. Core question. The judge asks whether a rational jury could find every element of the crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt based on that evidence. Yeah, so basically he just made a motion for him to say, you know what, you're good, bud. Piece of shit. All right, so I guess while they're on recess, see how long I'm live today, but while they're on recess, we will maybe go over some other elements of the case. I haven't really seen anything from before, right? My kids just got to school. I'm back on that consistent stuff. I kind of just got in this case yesterday. So I think watching the nanny would be cool. Officer fights tears recalling Lindsay Clancy crime scene. I seen this. Was on my TV. I didn't watch it yet. Maybe we'll go over this. Shout out Court TV.
Thank you. All right, good morning. Morning. All right. So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you.
Fill my water real quick.
And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Stephen Hall, STEPHENHALL.
And your date of birth?
3/26/1983.
Where do you work?
I work at the Duxbury Police Department
How long have you been a Duxbury police officer?
since 2015, so roughly 11 years.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
I was
What shift were you working?
the 4 to midnight.
And would that be 4 p.m. to midnight?
Yes,
And were you in uniform?
yes,
Were you in a marked cruiser?
yes,
And were you on patrol?
yes.
And being on patrol, were you alone or with a partner?
I was alone.
Further directing your attention to approximately 6:11 p.m. At that time, did you receive a dispatch to go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And do you recall approximately where you were when you received that dispatch?
I was at the Lincoln Street Fields in Duxbury.
And so how long did it take you to get from there?
Whoa, what is up with this? What's up with this freaking quality here?
There to 47 Summer Street.
7 to 10 minutes.
And did you go to 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And what did you see when you arrived there?
When I arrived, it was just a house. There was a gate open on the left side of the house.
I'll show you a few exhibits that have already been marked. Exhibit 32. And exhibit 33. Is this the house you responded to?
Yes.
I'm showing you exhibit 34. Is that the left side of the house?
It is.
Make sure you guys like the
Exhibit
stream if you guys are
35 is
new.
the gate that you went
Make sure
in
you
to
double
take,
tap your screens, hit
in
the
this
subscribe button.
Yes.
Man, we're on the road to 20K subs. Hit the notification bell. Appreciate you guys for being here. Say what's up in the chat. I agree, Jack. What's up, Jeff?
First officer on scene?
I arrived simultaneously with Officer Josephine.
What is up
And
with
he
this
is-
here? Why is it?
Is he also an officer with Duxbury Police?
Yes.
And so did you both head to that same direction or did you go in different directions?
We both went to the backyard as we were dispatched to.
And you said you went to the left, correct?
Yes. We heard a male voice calling for us on the left side. So.
And that's where you headed?
Yes.
And did you encounter a male in the backyard?
Yes.
And did you later learn his name was Patrick Clancy?
I did.
What was his demeanor?
He was upset. Didn't know what was going on. So.
And did you see anyone else in the backyard?
No.
Did you see anyone on the ground?
Yes.
And who was on the ground?
Miss Clancy.
Is that Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point to her?
No issue with ID. Record may reflect. The witness has identified the defendant.
Thank you. Where was she positioned?
She was on the ground.
Sorry, bro, but back up at least an inch or two away from the microphone, my guy, okay? But he's like...
If you were looking at the backyard on the right side.
Showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 38. Is this the back of the house?
It is.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 37. Do you see the area where the defendant was when you entered the backyard?
Yes.
Am I standing up with court permission and just pointing that out to the jurors?
It's in this area.
And if the record could reflect, he's pointing near the window well to the far right side of the back of the house.
Record may reflect that.
When you saw her in that location, do you remember where her head was?
Her head was towards the house.
And where were her feet?
Pointing out away from the house.
Are you trained in first aid as part of your job?
Yes.
And do you carry equipment with you in case you have to provide first aid to someone?
Yes.
When you saw the defendant on the ground, did you go to her and observe any injuries?
She had cuts to both wrists and to the left side of her neck.
The cuts to her wrists, were those actively bleeding when you saw them?
No, they were not.
When you saw the cuts to her neck, were those actively bleeding?
No.
Did you, based on your training and experience, feel the need to provide any medical care to those cuts or use any of the equipment you had to tend to those cuts?
Not at that time.
Was she conscious?
Semi-conscious, in and out of consciousness.
And what was she doing that gave you that indication?
She would wake up and move around and then kind of just go still again.
And when you say she would move around, what parts of her body was she moving?
Just her head, really.
Was she able to speak to you?
She wasn't, no.
Was she making any sounds?
She was just, like, it sounded like she was in pain.
So something like moaning or something like that?
Yes.
While you and Officer Josephine are there, do other first responders, such as firefighters, start to arrive?
Yes, they started to arrive, and I went to the to gate to direct them where to go.
And how did you know they had arrived?
You could hear the sirens.
So you heard the sirens and went to the gate to tell them to come to that side?
Correct.
While you were doing this, did Patrick Clancy stay with you?
At one point, he went inside to say he was going to check on his children.
And did you see what entrance he used to go into the house?
He went towards the backslider.
Shortly after Patrick Clancy went inside the home, did you...
You can tell this is one of those cases as an officer that really got him, man. It's still with him. He's a mess. You can tell he's barely holding it together.
Receive a call on your radio?
Yes.
And what did you hear on your radio?
Dispatch said that he couldn't wake them up.
And did you know what they were talking about when you initially heard that?
Not really, no.
Did something then catch your attention?
Yeah, I heard a loud scream from inside.
And could you tell where it was coming from?
Just inside the house.
And the screaming, was it words or just sound?
It was just a sound.
When you heard that screaming, what did you do?
Myself and Officer Josephine ran towards the slider and entered into the house.
And when you entered into the house, do you remember what room you entered into?
Into a kitchen.
And when you entered into the kitchen, could you still hear that screaming?
No. We could hear he was talking, but the screaming was done.
When you said he was talking, who was talking?
Patrick Clancy.
So you could hear Patrick Clancy talking at that time?
Yes.
And could you tell where he was?
Yes, he was in the basement.
And did you head to the basement stairs?
Yes.
Double tap your screen, guys.
Exhibit 41.
Show some love and
Are
support
these
the channel,
the
man. Hit
stairs that you
subscribe.
went
We're on
to?
road 23
Yes.
subs.
Did you go to the bottom of the stairs?
I did.
Once you got to the bottom of the stairs, is it accurate that you either have to go right or left?
Correct.
Which direction did you go?
We heard Patrick Clancy talking from the right, so we went. And
Yo, this guy's PTSD is definitely kicking in. Whatever image they just showed, he was not with it.
that direction.
Could you hear what he was saying?
God. Do you mind if I?
You don't recall?
Yes.
I have no objection to that. We need to revote or that one with this report.
Do you recall him saying, I can't wake them up, I can't get them up?
Yes.
And do you remember his demeanor as he was saying that?
He seemed very upset.
What did you do in response to that?
He came from a back room, so we ran into that back room.
Just going back to when you came down the stairs and turned to the right, do you recall what type of room that was when you went to the right?
It looks like a workout room, like a workout area.
I'm going to show you a few pictures here. If you could just look at them and tell me if you recognize what they depict.
Yes.
And do you recognize these to be photographs of that workout room that you entered into when you went to the right?
Yes.
We could have these marked as the next few exhibits.
Objection.
All right, those may be admitted.
4 exhibits.
Yeah, he's having a hard time keeping it together, man. That's for sure. Make sure you guys like the stream, man. 27 more people just like the stream. We have 50 likes. Help
Sir,
the algorithm.
showing
Man.
you
Show some love.
exhibit 89. Is that the view when you first come down the stairs and turn to the right?
Yes.
And then showing you exhibit 90. Are those exercise bands there tied to the closet door?
Yes.
91, just a close-up of that, correct?
Yes.
And then 92, what are we seeing in this photograph, sir?
That was the back room that he seemed to be coming from.
That Patrick was coming from?
Yes.
And you also looked at 2 photographs from that room. Are those fair and accurate depictions of how the room looked that day?
Yes.
We could have these marked as the next 2 exhibits, please.
They may be admitted.
Sir, did you head to that back room?
I did.
And what did you see when you got to that back room?
Just past the door on the left side, there was a body of a young child.
And do you remember what position the child was in?
He had his feet towards the door and his head towards the wall.
And was he on his back or his stomach? Or...
He was on his back.
And do you recall what he was wearing?
He was shirtless. I believe he was just in a diaper or underwear of some sort.
And showing you
Thank you.
exhibit 93, if you wouldn't mind just pointing out where you saw his body.
Yes, sir.
Record reflect he's pointed to the area of the yellow exercise band.
It may reflect that.
And sir, that yellow exercise band, did you see that in that position when you saw the body of the child on the floor?
Yes.
Exhibit 94, close up to that position. Sir, did you later learn that child's name was Dawson Clancy?
I did.
And can you describe his physical appearance when you saw him?
He was discolored, like a bluish purple.
Do you remember what his face and neck looked like?
No.
What happened next?
I called for paramedics to come to the basement. I also called for a supervisor, and Officer Josephine picked up the child, and we ran him outside through the front door to the ambulance.
And did you do anything after that, after giving Dawson to EMTs?
We ran back down into the basement to check to see if we could find other children.
And what made you think there were other children to find?
When Patrick Clancy said, well, I can't wake them up, instead of just a singular.
And so when you went back inside, did you go back down the basement stairs?
Correct.
And this time, did you go to the left?
Yes.
Sir, showing you a series of photographs. You could just tell me if they clearly and accurately reflect how the left side of the basement looked on January 24th, 2023 when you went in there.
Right, just for the record, they don't need to lay a foundation. I agree to the photographs, no objection to any of them, so we don't have to go through all the foundations.
All right.
Yes.
Could I just mark this the next exhibits, please?
Dude, I feel for this guy, man. That's sad. He's really, it's tearing him up.
Exhibits 95 to 102.
Thank you.
Sure. Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 95. Is this what you saw when you went down the stairs and went to the left, that first view?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 96. Is that a further view as you go into the room?
Yes.
Now, when you went into that room, what did you see?
There were 2 children on the floor, motionless, and EMTs and paramedics were working on them.
And did you later learn that those children were Cora Clancy and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
Did you do anything to assist the medics at that time?
Excuse me. I asked if they needed any equipment.
And did they ask you to get some equipment?
They asked me to grab a heart monitor.
And did you do that?
I went and found the fire captain to ask where I could grab one, and he was pretty upset. So I ended up going back downstairs into the basement.
At some point in time, actually, if I could show you Exhibit 96 again and just ask if you could just point to us where you saw each child.
Okay.
Agreed, Dave.
So for the record, the first area you pointed to was in between the blood stain and the black exercise band, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the second area was over toward, in front of that small nightstand or...
My question is, it said that she tried to unalive herself after. Why is there blood right here? And the officer said that her wrists weren't bleeding, right? Neither was her neck. Did she possibly, like, you know, do her wrists and, like, do this to the kids and then, you know, do her neck out the window? Or like, I'm just curious of why there's blood right here and how this happened. Because it's like, I thought she did the kids first and tried to do her last. So, I mean, why is there blood right here? It's kind of odd. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Ginger. I agree 100%. I mean, obviously, you're not going to tell your mom that you're doing bad, like when they brought that up earlier. I agree. Appreciate you guys for being here, man. Make sure you double tap the screen, show some love and support. Hit the subscribe button. We're on the road to 20K subs, man. Let's try and get in the algorithm. But yeah, I mean, this blood stain is odd to me, right?
Type of shelving unit.
Yes.
At some point in time, did you go back outside?
Yes, they stated they need an officer with Lindsay, Clancy.
And I'm going to show you a photo here outside near that window well that's towards the right of the house. Is that where Lindsay Clancy was, where that medical debris is?
Yes.
And to show you another photograph, is that just showing further to the right in a broader area of that same scene?
Yes.
I could have the close-up mark as the next exhibit and the broader photo as the following.
All right. They may be admitted.
It's 103 and 104. While you were out there with the defendant, were medical staff, paramedics?
She did, Ginger, but I'm
yes.
like, what?
And did you happen to look up?
Yes, I did.
What did you see when you looked up?
There was an open window with blood marks around the window.
And did you also see blood marks on the shingles below that window?
I did.
Showing you a photograph here. So up at the top, is this the open window you're referring to?
Yes.
Zooming in on the shingles here to the left and right, just below that window, are those the blood marks you're referring to?
Yes.
And here in this photograph, you had mentioned blood marks on the upper window. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And then here at the top of the lower window, these marks here, are those the other blood marks that you saw?
Yes.
If we could have these photos marked as the next exhibits.
All right. They may be admitted.
While you were out there in the backyard, did you see a ripped or, oh, I'm sorry. 105 or 108. While you were outside, did you see any ripped or torn screens on the ground?
No.
What did you do next?
I just went over to the paramedic, asked what I can help him with. He said she was good, but she kept taking her face mask off for oxygen. And so I just kept replacing it back onto her face.
And when you say she, are you referring to Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you then help them get the stretcher to the ambulance?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right. Reddington?
Thank you for your incredible service.
All right.
Yeah, I don't really want to see the clothes. Here's the other officer. I didn't see this yet. They're still on recess,
Thank
guys.
you.
So just so you know, if
Good
we're
morning.
on stream,
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
they still are on recess on the actual trial for today. They're on lunch, I think. So we are just kind of going over stuff from before. I'm just now getting on to my, consistent stuff now that my girl started school. So I have all this time. We're back on our consistent morning streams. And yeah, so we're covering this. And we're just kind of going back in time because I haven't, seen a lot. So we're just trying to go back and watch some stuff before, they come back in to proceed for proceedings. So make sure you guys like the stream, double tap your screen, show some love and support, and you better motherfucking subscribe and join the family, man. We're on the road to 20K, and I appreciate you guys for being here.
Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Josephine, J-O-S-E-P-H-I-N-E.
And what's your date of birth, sir?
June 13th, 1990.
And where do you work?
I work at the Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
I started there in April of 2020.
And did you work for the Plymouth Police before that?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you do that?
Almost 5 years.
What is your current role?
I am patrol officer.
Back in January of 2023, what was your role with the Duxbury Police Department?
I was a school resource officer for Alden and Chandler. I worked with kids, kindergarten through 5th grade.
Directing your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023, were you working an overtime shift that day?
Yes, I had picked up an overtime shift.
And what shift was that?
It was 4 to midnight, but I was scheduled to work till 8 p.m.
8 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were scheduled to be there from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were in a cruiser, in a marked cruiser in a uniform?
Yes, I was fully dressed in Duxbury Police uniform. I was in a marked cruiser, Duxbury Police 172.
And did you receive a dispatch at approximately 6:11 p.m. to go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, we did.
And when you say we, were you with a partner or were you alone?
No, I was by myself. We ride single in a cruiser there.
Okay. So when you say we, do you mean that it was dispatched to all officers on patrol?
So usually with critical incidents calls, they put it over to dispatch and they'll say, Duxbury police cars, start making your way to a certain address. That way everyone can get there as quickly as possible.
Okay. And so then you knew at that point to go to 47 Summer Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how long did it take you to get there?
I would say anywhere from 3 to 4 minutes.
So you were relatively close by when you received the dispatch?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And when you arrived at 47 Summer Street, what did you observe?
Dispatch was giving me a description of the house. It took probably 15 seconds for me to identify the house. Parked in the street. I saw the number of the house and I made my way. I believe it was a mudroom that I went to.
Showing you exhibit.
He's really eyeing her, bro. He's really eyeing.
When you say the mudroom, that
Lindsay.
did you actually go inside the house or did you go to the door to the mudroom?
I went to the door to the mudroom to check if that was unlocked so I could make my way to the back of the house.
And is that door depicted in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
And is it the door to the left of the garage?
Yes, it is.
And was the door locked or unlocked?
It was locked at that time.
So what did you do next?
I radioed dispatch just for confirmation of where that party we were trying to get to was located. They told me it was around back of the house, so I tried to make my way that way.
And when you went to the back of the house, how did you get there?
Well, referring back to the picture where the car was parked, I went to the right side, and I went around the garage. There was a fence, and I went over the fence, I believe.
Showing you exhibit 33, again, you went by these cars and around the house to the right.
Yes, that's correct.
And showing you exhibit 37, does that mean that you would have been coming around the house over here by the garage on the left and in the porch, the deck?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you came around there, what did you see?
I made my way. I observed two parties, one lying in the ground and one standing over it. And I started making my way towards the other end of the house, which is towards this fence, as you guys can see in reference to that photo.
And so when you say the other end of the house, are you talking about this area here, the furthest right two windows?
Yes, that is correct.
And
The person that was standing, did you later learn that was Patrick Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And the person on the ground, did you later learn that was Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And at some point in time, was Officer Hall also back there with you?
Yes, he came from this side over here, the opposite direction in which I came.
So facing the house, he would have come around the left side of the house if you're facing the house?
Yes, he parked on the street and came from this side, the opposite of where I came from.
Okay. And do you recall what Patrick Clancy was doing when you first saw him?
He was standing over Lindsay at that point. It appeared that he was trying to communicate with her. I observed him with a cell phone. It was kind of down by his side, so I don't know if they were talking or what, but it was probably a split second, and then he turned in my location, saw me because I was illuminating the yard with my flashlight, and then that's when me and him crossed paths.
Okay. And so you said you saw him with his cell phone by his side. Was it in his hand by his side?
Yes, I believe it was in his left hand.
Okay. And you say you crossed paths with him. Approximately where did you cross paths with him?
It was probably right by the bulkhead, I would say.
And so in the photograph to the right of the deck is the bulkhead, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where was he headed?
He was heading, I believe, up towards the deck. Yeah, obviously I didn't know it at that time, but he was just walking past me pretty fast in an abrupt manner, so.
And did he say anything to you as he passed?
No, he did not.
And after you crossed paths with Patrick, where did you go?
I went to the female party.
And did you speak to her?
I attempted to.
And what did you say?
I just was trying to get basic information, where she was hurt, where she needed attention, anything I could do to kind of help her until fire arrived.
And did she respond to your questions?
She mumbled, and it wasn't a definitive answer.
Did you observe any injuries?
Yes, she was laying on the ground. There was cuts to her right wrist, I believe, and to the right side of her neck.
And were those cuts actively bleeding at that time?
They were bleeding, but not profusely.
Did you, are you trained in first aid?
Yes.
Did you feel the need to put pressure on those wounds immediately?
No. We also carry medical equipment, such as tourniquet, gauze, stuff like that, and I believe due to circumstances that I didn't need to utilize those tools.
And the tourniquet that you carry, is that in case someone has some type of cut where an artery has been damaged or cut?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you're trained to recognize when it's something serious like an artery spraying blood everywhere versus a cut that doesn't need a tourniquet?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And you didn't see the need for a tourniquet?
I did not know.
And based on your training in first aid and as a police officer, as a first responder, did those wounds appear life-threatening?
No, they did not.
Did other emergency personnel from the fire department begin to arrive?
Yes, so I would say I tried to talk to Ms. Clancy for probably 30 seconds to a minute, and at that point, coming from that opposite side of the house, I observed Duxbury Fire personnel show up, and our protocol is to kind of turn the medical over to them because they're more highly trained than we are.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you hear something?
Yes.
What do you hear?
Myself and Officer Hall were standing by that window, and we just started hearing loud screams.
And what did you do when you heard those loud screams?
We immediately were trying to figure out where they were coming from. I'm not sure if dispatch or something came over the air and said something about the basement, but we both just started making our way back towards the deck part of the house.
Did you go in through the sliding glass doors?
Yes, we went up the deck and through the sliding glass doors into the kitchen.
And did you then head to the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And could you hear any sounds coming from the basement as you entered the kitchen?
Yes, it was the exact screaming that I heard from the window.
And did you go down the stairs to the basement?
Yes, we did.
And did you see anything as you went down the stair after you went down the stairs?
So we went down the stairs, and there was a picture at the bottom of the stairs, I believe, of Lindsay and Patrick, and the basement splits off into two, a right and a left area, and the screams were coming from the right area, so that's where we directed our attention to first.
Okay. And did you see Patrick?
Yes. That right side opens up, and it's like 2 rooms, I believe. So we went into the first room, which was kind of dark, and there was some cluttered stuff around, and Patrick was in that back room at the time.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 92. Is that the doorway into that back room?
Yes, it is.
And then Exhibit 93, is that the inside of that back room?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall what, if anything, Patrick was saying as you encountered him?
Upon his observation of us, myself and Officer Hall, he proceeded to head in our direction, leaving that room. And at that point, he looked up and he screamed, "She killed the fucking kids."
And after he said that, where did you go?
Once he cleared himself from the door frame, we were able to look inside the room where we observed what appeared to be a child laying motionless on the floor.
And did you later learn his name was Dawson Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how was he positioned?
He was laying on his back, kind of close to the gym bag for reference of that.
Showing you Exhibit 93 again, you referenced the gym bag. Is that the bag to the left of the pack, the child's toy?
Yes.
And so you're saying that he was in that area when you first saw him?
Yes, he was.
And do you recall whether he was on his back or his stomach or something else?
He was on his back.
And do you recall his physical appearance?
Like I said, he was laying on his back. His head was tilted to the right-hand side. Looked at him kind of in the face area once we got closer, and his face was white, gray, lips were blue, eyes were bloodshot, looked like blood vessels were popped in his eyes.
Did you notice any injuries to his neck?
Seeing that, my first instinct was to kind of grab his head and tilt it to the side, see if I could get a pulse, but I mean, based on my training experience from previous incidents, I knew it wasn't going to be good, so I moved the head. That's where I observed some red marks on that right-hand side.
Of the neck?
Yes.
We're going over what the cops are
And,
recounting.
In that
The last one was really shook up.
94, there was a yellow exercise band, correct?
Yes.
I believe in prior testimony you may have called it a blue exercise band, is that correct?
Yes.
But it's clearly yellow in the photo, right?
Yes, it's clearly yellow. I mean, there was
Testing the color of the exercise band.
Right, good.
So what was your focus at the time?
the child.
And once you saw him there with these injuries, what did you do?
Based on my observations, I knew there wasn't really much I could do.
Should have seen the
so
last
I
one.
picked the child up, went chest to chest, and as I did that, it was kind of like a mucus or a foam that leaked out of his mouth onto me. I grabbed him, went back towards the way we came down into the basement, and I headed up to the stairs where Sergeant Homestead was coming down the stairs, and I started yelling to him to get out of the way. Went back up the stairs and then into the kitchen directly adjacent to the stairs. There's the front foyer, like hallway, and I went out the main door into the driveway.
And was there an ambulance in the driveway at that time?
Yes, the ambulance was backing up and had pretty much just parked, and one of the fire was walking around to the stretcher out back, so I rushed over with Dawson and I put him on the stretcher, and that's when Sergeant Homestead and fire personnel started working further on him.
What did you do next?
I went back into the house.
And why did you go back into the house?
I remember hearing something about kids and multiple, and I just went back.
And when you went back in the house, did you go to the basement?
Yes, I went back in that front door, back down to the basement, and this time I went to the left-hand side.
And when you went to the left-hand side of the
4 or
basement,
5
what did you
minutes
see?
per kid, so
Pretty much directly in my
15.
sight was an older female laying on the ground, and then in the corner there was like a younger baby.
And when you say an older female, you're referring to that she was older than Dawson?
That's correct.
And did you later learn her name was Cora Clancy?
I did.
And did you assist in treating her?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
So when I got down to the basement, 2 fire personnel were already on scene. One was working on the baby and one was working on Cora. Communicated with them. We worked together, and I took over doing chest compressions of Cora.
And were you able to see any injuries on Cora at that time?
Yes. She had kind of the same injuries that I explained with Dawson. The pale tint, bluish lips, bloodshot eyes, blood vessels popped. But this time she also had like dried blood around her mouth.
And did you also see an area of blood near her on the floor?
Yes, there was a relatively large area of blood on the floor. Actually, we were doing CPR on her. I had her down beside her, and that pool would seep through my pants, so I ended up moving her a little off to the side so I could position myself better.
Just showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 97, this red brown stain on the rug, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
While you were doing chest compressions on Cora, what was the firefighter doing? Was Cora put on a stretcher and brought out?
Yes, eventually. I think the baby was brought out first because I think they mentioned at some point they might have found like a faint pulse or something like that. So
they
I
got
agree, Skippy.
him out first,
Welcome
and then
back,
we
bro.
were able to get
Appreciate
Cora
seeing
up.
you.
So
Make
that
sure you guys
entire
double
time
tap
while you're
screen
in the
name when that's new
basement,
to the stream.
are you
Double
still
tap
giving
the
chest
screen to show
compressions to
some love
Cora?
and support. Hit
Yes.
subscribe, we're on over 20K.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like forever to the point where I think I radioed for assistance for another officer to come down.
And did others come down to assist?
Yes, Officer Cahill came down to further assist, where I continued with chest compressions, and he used a bag valve mask to give rescue breaths.
And a bag valve mask, is that something that goes over someone's face, a mask that's attached to a bag and you squeeze it to give air?
Yes, it's an alternative breathing apparatus.
At some point, do you go back upstairs to the first floor?
Yes.
And do you encounter Patrick Clancy when you go upstairs?
Yeah, so when they removed Cora, myself and Officer Cahill went back upstairs, where I encountered Mr. Clancy in the kitchen.
And what was his demeanor in the kitchen?
He was still frantic, kind of in shock, still screaming and losing himself. And I think at that point, I don't know, one of us requested that we get an ambulance for him as well.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Attorney Reddington?
I'm sorry, I have no questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. Lisa. Thank you.
Home calls PJ Hussey.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm objecting.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're still on recess, so we'll just keep going over stuff. I know I seen this meme this morning. It was a mom who ran into a fire to save her 5 kids and got like permanently damaged. And the GoFundMe only raised like $5,000, and Lindsay Clancy's GoFundMe raised like $1 million. That's just crazy. That's what's wrong with the world nowadays, though. Like I was saying yesterday, these people want to go in these videos. They say we're here in support of mental health and not to wait till something violent happens. And it's like you don't go out to a prison where someone just murdered all their children and choose that to be the moment you want to come together for mental health. You want to come together for mental health, maybe you should check in on your peoples and come together about a better situation, or like not someone who just did the most demonic thing in the world. You know what I mean? Like, come together with someone who's been having struggle and going through mental problems and help your community. Don't, like, you're not doing anything out there but making yourselves look like a fool, bro. So stupid. All these other TikTokers, I swear every single TikToker that I hear talk about it, it's just like, oh my God, I'm losing a brain cell. It's just ridiculous.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you
This
do
is
for
the
work?
nanny,
I'm a
just so
nanny.
you guys know.
How long have you been a nanny?
For about 15 years now.
In July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
How did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3?
Yes.
And Callan was an infant?
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay, and did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said that those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. She would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you said, the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school, usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there a conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have, let the jury see the video.
Could I see?
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to tumble fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive. Okay. So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them. Did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
She did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Welcome back, Freighter. Much love.
Now, when you would watch Callan
has been a hell of a long
and
time.
she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
Did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right? Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so
I agree,
do you
ADHD.
recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course, Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
Appreciate you guys for liking the stream, man. Continue to double tap, show some love and support,
And
man.
during that time after
Hit the
Thanksgiving,
subscribe button. We're on the road to
did
20K.
you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something he was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed Callan. She removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after
I think
Thanksgiving.
it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, you know, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful.
Lindsay Clancy's mother reveals chilling confession about children. What? Sherry took a stand. I knew that was her mom. Like I said, I'm just catching up on all this, y'all. I never knew, you know, I just got started covering this. So, we getting into it. Getting caught up on everything.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, like I remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you can keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, Paulamusgrove.
And Mrs. Musgrove, fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother,
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
and your husband is here as well with the blue shirt, correct?
Yes.
You've been here for every day for the trial, is that correct?
Yes.
I just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay.
She jumped
When
out
she
the
was a kid.
window
She was a
and
good kid, good student,
got
that type of thing?
paralyzed from the waist down.
She was a very good kid and an excellent student. Very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And obviously, you knew when they got married, when they were dating and things of
Yes.
that nature, right? Went to the wedding, obviously.
Yes.
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat?
Yes.
And you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I love my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Calvin.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her, and she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Calvin was born, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were
Welcome in
acting
all.
with the kids and
Appreciate you
were pretty
being here.
happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the second week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages. But I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to, rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, what we have this thing. Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes.
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Also, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask
Just walks out with a huge
if this
board.
is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the? Well, I know you would, but we already have the. No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just offered.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point?
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working, so he came later.
I never asked. What did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography.
What kind of photography?
School picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, and you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes, I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better and into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, I mean, she was afraid to be alone, and she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes, I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but...
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December
Enjoy my kids.
of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick, and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back for cross-examination. All right.
Damn. Well, that's crazy, bro. They said like 2-ish, right? 2:30. Oh, so it's about now. It's about to start. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab something to drink. dog. Always in the way, man. I can't remember who they're having come back to the stand when they start. Who the hell is this? Disappeared and dismembered trial. GA versus Caitlin Gobble. Who the fuck's Caitlin Gobble?
And did he, like, was it heavy enough that both you guys had to carry it, or did he, like, roll it out there, or how did he get it out there?
It had wheels.
So he just, like, pulled it.
Yeah. Why would he involve me in something like that?
So it says 19-year-old Morgan Bauer vanished in 2016. Vanished 2016 after moving from South Dakota to Georgia, launching a 7-year search for answers. Her remains were discovered in 2023, and investigators determined she had been strangled, dismembered, and burned. Caitlin Gobble now faces trial in connection with Bauer's death. Her former co-defendant, Jonathan Warren, is expected to testify after pleading guilty and receiving life without parole. Damn.
God, I'm so sick.
So I guess as we wait for these guys to come in, we'll watch a little glimpse of this. There's crazy bitches everywhere, man. Like, what the fuck? It's just fucking crazy bitches out here, dude. Oh my god. Look at this girl. This girl looks crazy from the side. I don't even... Caitlin Gobble. Who the fuck is Gobble? Like, Caitlin Gobble? Jesus. What's up with that name, man? Caitlin Gobble. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean... People are gonna probably be contacting you in the next couple of weeks or so. Like I said, depending on when the dogs can go search, we've been waiting on them. They were gonna do it about a month or so ago, but they had to be called out of the country to do a search in Guam or something because there's a typhoon, so they're getting back in town here, coming up, and then they're gonna go search that area.
I swear I did not hurt her.
Yeah, that's what everyone told us too, that you didn't do anything. But Alex made you help them with stuff like this in case it sounds like it's what other people have told us.
I didn't even know she was there.
I understand, Caitlin. I think you did know, and you were just in a shitty position at the time. I know everything that was going on at that time was crazy. There's a lot of drugs. There's a lot of stuff going on. I think you got into a situation just like Morgan did, like Alex used the people and used you and used her, and just he was messed up too, and probably still is. I mean, like I said, I'll do anything I can to help you, because like I said, I think you're a victim.
Alright, that shit's bull.
You had an ad that was on the computer that if somebody wanted to reach out to a doctor, they could see your ad amongst many others, right?
Well, I don't think there was an ad. I think we have a website that had some information about myself.
Okay. Now, in August of 22, up until when you saw Lindsay, how many patients in that month or so had you treated for postpartum psychosis?
How many patients in a month up until that
Yeah,
month?
I'm asking you about when you started working in August of 22 for Astor, and you are now on your own as an employee. How many patients had you treated before you saw Lindsay Clancy for postpartum psychosis?
Well, in the span of 1 month, I would say none, because it's a very rare disorder.
Okay. But it exists, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And one of the things would be the voices that people hear, right?
That is a symptom of psychosis, absolutely.
And that's legitimate, isn't it?
It is a legitimate diagnosis, absolutely.
It's not the diagnosis. People that have postpartum psychosis hear voices, do they not?
Many do. the disorder can manifest differently in different people, but yes, many people do hear voices.
How about postpartum depression? How many people in that month or so before?
Isn't it crazy to think like what it would be like to be a person like that, like hearing voices constantly, or like hearing like thinking you're hearing something in your house when it's not even here? Like I couldn't even imagine that shit though. Like real life, I don't know.
Before you met Lindsay, did you treat for postpartum depression?
Like coming up, it almost seems like a possession. You know what I'm saying? Like she said, it manifests itself in people differently. Like sounds like demonic shit to me, bro.
In the span of 1 month, it's really hard to pinpoint that. Maybe a couple.
Maybe a couple? And do you recall how long you treated them for?
Again, it's hard to really pin down the individuals in a short span of time.
Can you tell the jury what you put in your ad or in the Astor website that you indicated that described you?
I don't recall.
Well, one of the things you did is that you said that you basically were a specialist in postpartum, people that have postpartum psychiatry. You indicated that on your website, didn't you?
Oh, I thought it was starting. Damn, bro, it's taking forever.
Are you able to read the actual document? I don't remember exactly the wording.
Well, you've been working now for how many years now? 3 since you saw Lindsay? Or more?
Almost 4, yes.
You haven't changed your ad on the website, have you?
I have not personally, no.
And you've read it probably a bunch of times, right?
I've read it a couple times, but I don't spend a lot of time on my website.
Okay. Do you recall that you indicated that you were specializing in any particular aspect of psychiatry?
Yes. It probably includes a special interest in women's health, in perinatal psychiatry, in trauma-related disorders, anxiety, and there may be some other things that were mentioned.
Yeah, like women that have babies and they're suffering from postpartum depression, right?
Absolutely.
You advertised that after a month working for Astor, right?
That's listed as one of my interests, definitely.
And again, forgive me, how many women did you treat for postpartum depression in that month and a half before you met Lindsay?
I don't know, maybe a couple. But I've treated many of them in the residency, which was just immediately before.
So when a person needs to see a psychiatrist, generally they're not well. Is that fair?
Some are not well. It really can vary.
So when someone comes to see a psychiatrist like you, it's because they need help, right?
Yes.
And when they come to you because they need help, for example, with Lindsay Clancy, she came to you because of your ad, right? Or your website for Astor, what you said about yourself.
I don't think that's exactly the wording that I used. I think I said that it was an interest of mine.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, you answer that.
I just think the wording was that it's an interest of mine. I don't believe I called myself an expert.
Are you an expert in postpartum?
I may be. I don't know. I think it depends on
I don't know. She says, what the fuck?
what you define an expert as.
Well, when a patient comes to you and they fill out the form, you agree with me that your records reflect that form that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And the form that the district attorney went through painstakingly with you is basically, it looks something like this, right? That's one of the forms that you got people fill out, right? Right?
Yes.
See the little check mark?
Yes.
Who puts the check mark?
The patient.
So how many pages, because I don't want to go through all the pages again, how many pages does a patient, or how many pages did Lindsay go through to check the boxes for acid?
There were a lot of pages.
What's a lot, 10, 20?
Yeah, maybe between 10 and 20.
Okay. And basically, they're all little checks in boxes, correct?
Not just checks.
No? So does the person then answer questions by typing in an answer such as, do you have any pending legal problems? No. Have you ever been arrested? No. Things of that nature, right?
Those are some of the questions.
Nursing school and took Prozac?
That's part of it.
And she told you that, right?
Yes.
And she was pretty upfront and honest with you. She comes to see you with a month under
Sorry,
your
guys.
belt.
I'm just trying to get to the meat and potatoes, bro. Like, what is all this shit?
Important fact to find out.
Oh, no, that's important. Sorry.
No problem. I'm not doing, the Sophie Cunningham at you. I'm just asking a question. That's all, and you can answer it, okay? How about if she had a reaction to Prozac?
I asked her about the Prozac.
Is that written in your notes?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that she took it for a period of time. She didn't mention any side effects.
Oh, she didn't tell you that she had side effects. I see. So when a patient comes to see you with a month under your belt and they're sick and they're looking for help, you wait for them to volunteer facts to you?
She volunteered a lot of information. She knew very well what her medical history was and was able to provide that for me.
Such as what? That she was in nursing school and took Prozac?
That's part of it.
And she told you that, right?
Yes.
And she was pretty upfront and honest with you, wasn't she, in answering these questions, right?
I believe that she was.
We all spent some time talking about the fact that she declared that she had consumed alcohol, that she felt guilty about it. You recall that on Friday? We dwelled on that for a while, didn't we?
Yes, that was a component, yes.
I mean, that's something that's important, right?
Yes.
What was her drink of choice?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask her?
I'm not sure. We were not concerned that her level of alcohol use was.
certainly was Friday.
So that confirms what I was saying earlier, where she is using some. She is drinking. Okay.
All right, well, here's, and everybody knows, doctor, wait for the question, all right? And then same thing, I'll have counsel wait until you finish your answer, all right? Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
So is it important, doctor, for you as a physician to know your patient? In other words, know who they are?
Yes.
And you knew that Lindsay was a nurse, correct?
Yes.
You knew that she graduated, obviously, from college, right?
Yes.
She a good student?
I don't recall.
Do you know when she got married?
I don't recall
Did you
that
ask her?
specific detail. I don't know. I knew she was married.
She had 3 kids, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you knew that she was married is because you spoke to her husband, Patrick, correct? Or did you?
Sorry?
Or did you?
He attended one of the appointments, and I spoke with him on that date.
And did you say, hi, how are you, and give him a handshake when you came in your office?
It was telemedicine.
It was what?
Telemedicine.
Telemedicine. Is it fair to say that after, 14, you said to the jury, 14 appointments that you had with Lindsay during that period from...
Look at this fly on my camera, bro. I'm looking down on my phone. This motherfucker keeps coming back, bro. I can't stop it, dude. And I can't break my camera.
Yes.
Damn.
Until you came in this court on Friday, you never saw this woman in
I gotta get a
person.
chameleon to just stand on top of my
Correct.
computer.
Were you ever concerned about her mental health as a person?
Absolutely.
She was crying. She told you symptoms that she couldn't get out of bed. Isn't that right?
At one time, she said it was difficult to get out of bed
Oh, difficult to get out. Why was it difficult for Lindsay Clancy to get out of bed?
because she was very depressed.
And did you give her a hug? Oh, no, you're on telemedicine, so you couldn't give her a hug, could you? You didn't have any chance to even look at her in person, did you?
I could look at her. It was always a video appointment. I couldn't give her a hug, but that's not actually something that psychiatrists typically do with patients.
I imagine. Now, I'm looking at you, and you've got the witness stand cutting you off in half, right? So I can't see from your waist down, your legs, your feet, your hands, anything. That's the same view that you have on the telemedicine, right?
Yes.
Isn't it fair to say that you've studied and that you've learned that
Telemedicine
there are
is just like
objective
FaceTime.
manifestations that patients may have that would be a tell, like if you're playing poker, you have a tell, that would be an indicia of the fact that they're stressed or emotionally disturbed, right?
Yes.
Like hand wringing, right?
Yes.
Were you able to see the hands wringing when you were on telemedicine?
I don't recall seeing her hands.
You recall, you know how people sit there and they do this with their leg and the leg bounces because they're going through some type of emotional stress? You couldn't even see her legs, could you?
I couldn't see her legs, but I knew that she was under stress.
So when she came to you, September 15th, I believe, is the first time that you all actually discussed her condition, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the medical records, which the jury will be able to look at, it says visit date September 15th, 2022, and you can look along with me if you wish. Indicates why she came to see you, right?
Yes.
Right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did she come to see you? According, not guessing and speculating, never mind the TV. You just look at your notes. Tell me what brought Lindsay Clancy to your office.
Postpartum anxiety.
Is that it? Is that what you noted in the records?
Well, those were her words when asked, what are the problems for which you are seeking help?
I see. Postpartum anxiety. Now, as a psychiatrist, meeting with this young woman after a month or so of working as a psychiatrist for Astor, there are tests that you administer to a woman who's in postpartum to find out what type of anxiety they have, right?
Well, there are some screening tests, but the most important thing is what the patient tells you and what my assessment is in the session.
I see. And that would carry through the Tufts evaluations for all 14 of those meetings, is what the patient tells you, right?
Yes, and what I observe in the session.
Through the television.
Through the computer.
What, if you can tell me, is the Edinburgh test?
It is a scale that looks at symptoms of postpartum depression.
And when you administer, that's a major test, isn't it, for a doctor to evaluate a patient for PPD?
I wouldn't say it's a major test.
It's a pretty big one, though, isn't it? It's the only one that measures the postpartum depression, right?
It's a common one.
It's a what?
Commonly used.
Commonly. All right, so when you used it on Lindsay, when was that
Yeah, he's got
administered?
that good old,
I
like,
did not use it on Lindsay.
I don't know what to call it, attitude.
Why?
We used the PHQ-9, which
What is
is
PHQ-9?
it's a depression screening form.
That's like generalized anxiety disorder, general depression. It's got nothing to do with a woman suffering from postpartum depression, does it?
I disagree.
Well, do you agree that people perhaps that may know a little more than you determined that the Edinburgh scale is the appropriate scale to administer to a pregnant or postpartum woman?
Sustained as the form.
You're familiar with the Edinburgh scale, right?
I've heard of it.
And can you explain to me how it's graded?
No, I cannot.
There are 30 questions in it, are there not?
I don't use this scale, so I don't know how many questions there are.
So the Edinburgh scale, do you even know that the cutoff for someone that is depressed in their condition of postpartum would be 15? Anything over that, they're in severe depression?
Okay.
Do you know that her first Edinburgh test that was administered to her put her at a 23
Objection. Overall.
severe depression?
I was not aware of this test. I was not aware that this had been administered to her.
Well, you know that except for the Prozac that she had when she was a nurse, what, 23,
There's a lot of background
24,
noise these
23 years
videos.
old.
I'm like thinking of the other videos.
She hadn't, other than seeing her own doctor for having a baby, she hadn't seen any doctors. You knew that, right?
I didn't know exactly which doctor she sees. I think we ask about your primary care doctor, but she did not report any other medical issues that she was under treatment for.
So is it important for Dr. Jennifer Tufts to know whether or not a patient who is coming to you for help has a prior medical history other than what they might tell you?
Well, when patients are able to advocate for themselves and share their medical history, we rely on what they tell us.
Was she able to advocate for herself, in your opinion, when she came to see you, when you evaluated her in September?
Absolutely.
How about October?
Yes.
How about November?
Yes.
How about December?
Yes.
And your medical records, you would agree, show that during that period of time that she was deteriorating, was a word that was used on Friday. Isn't that right?
So...
No, so.
Dang it.
You used the word deteriorating on Friday, did you not?
She was a little bit worse at certain appointments, and the deteriorating word, which is not my word choice, is what is in the note because I had to select that.
Because why? You have some kind of a program that you have to check the box and you have to bring down the drop box? You can't take a pen and write something down about a patient?
There are certain parts of the note where I can write
I'm not going to lie, in my opinion, he's making her look pretty bad.
whatever
And I agree,
I feel
Tank,
is
100%.
necessary, but
Gotta
that
get that
specific
wood chipper
aspect
out,
of the
bro.
note is a button where you have to click one of 3 choices.
So when the jury's going through your medical records, one of the things that they're going to see is that when you meet with a patient, you have a form that you fill out where it says, if you feel like you're going to harm yourself or somebody else, make sure you go to the emergency room, right?
Yes.
If you have any urges to harm yourself or others, go to the nearest emergency room. That's in every single time that you meet with a patient, right?
Yes.
And it indicates that if there's any, call the Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline. If you feel that you're in crisis, you may text home to a particular number anytime. What's a suicide hotline?
It's a phone number that patients in crisis can call and speak to a trained counselor.
Now, a psychiatrist, you'd agree with me, is not a counselor, that's for sure, right?
Well, a psychiatrist has training in therapy as well as in medicine.
Did you give Lindsay Clancy any therapy?
There was some therapy incorporated in our sessions,
Like
but
what?
we did providing emotional support, listening to her.
Hold on, no, please.
Hold on, everybody. She can. You ask the question, I'm going to let her finish, and then you can follow up with any questions you want. Go ahead, Doc.
Anything else you want to say?
So her sessions were largely focused on the medication management, but there was an aspect of therapy including those items.
Okay, and the sessions were for what, 17 minutes?
No.
How long were they?
20 25 to 30 minutes.
So 25 to 30 minutes on the television, and will you face the TV screen with her for the full 25?
I don't know what's taking them so long,
Yes.
bro. It's supposed to be
And
2:30.
That's not noted in your records. It says 17 minutes on all your records, doesn't it?
So if you look closely, it says the therapy component was for 17 minutes. It doesn't say the entire duration is 17 minutes.
So what do you do when you're trying to give therapy as a psychiatrist to a patient that came to see you? What do you do?
I'll be right back.
It depends on the person.
Well, how about Lindsay Clancy? What did you do for therapy with her?
I listened to her. I listened to her concerns and provided support. I tried to provide her with hope that eventually things would improve.
So you listened to her, you listened to her concerns, and you'd agree with me
Yeah, I don't know if they don't start in probably 10, 15 minutes. I'm gonna get off, y'all.
that her concerns were, for example, that she actually was unable to sleep. Is one of her concerns, right?
She was having a lot of difficulty with sleep.
On the September 15th meeting, you indicate that her mood was okay, but her affect was anxious, and you called it incongruent. What does that mean?
So she said she was feeling okay. She appeared anxious, and she also stated that she was anxious.
So one of the things that you talked about Friday is when a patient presents with an incongruent something or other, I don't remember, appearance perhaps, that would mean that they're saying, I'm okay, but they don't look like they're okay, right?
Well, it could. I don't think her affect and her mood were really that incongruent at that time.
Make sure you guys hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. We're on the road to 20K.
I didn't say she
Appreciate
was
you
terribly
guys for being
depressed
here.
in that initial visit, but she said she was anxious and she appeared anxious. That's pretty congruent.
Okay. So did you put in the report
You found the
that
right
she was
YouTube channel, Rowdy Home.
or incongruent?
So that is not an option for me to indicate in that section, but
So-
it was congruent.
You're like a robot. You can't take a pen and write something down. You have to do the drop box and the X's on the computer.
Well, if it's on the computer, I'm limited by the options that are up there
You're a doctor. Why
Yo,
are
this
you
is
limited?
crazy.
because of the technology.
What technology? The fact that there's a form on a computer? You're trying to treat a human being who comes to you for help.
Dude, the fact that she can't grab a fucking notebook and write notes is crazy.
And that's what's most important. What's most important was the treatment, not what is checked off on a box.
She's so dumb she don't understand what
So-
the fuck he's saying.
You were unable to make a note as to whether or not her affect and her mood appeared to be in conflict and that she would have been incongruent and that she had poor insight. You couldn't write that down. Is that right? Because the box doesn't let you.
Correct.
So basically, she's telling you that I'm okay. Well, actually, when she came, do you know that she never saw, other than when she was in nursing school, would it surprise you, a psychiatrist? And that was only for like a week when she got the Prozac in nursing school because she was afraid of public speaking? Did you know that?
I was aware that she did not have a significant past psychiatric history. I was aware of that.
Okay, so you were the first psychiatrist that she had the pleasure of meeting. Is that correct?
I think it was.
And isn't that important for you as a doctor to take a history?
I did take a history.
So can you tell us? You're testifying here for the government. Tell us whether or not she had any past psychiatric history other than in nursing school for a week with the president.
She did not report any other past psychiatric history other than the Prozac and Wellbutrin.
So when a patient comes to see you and you're treating to help that patient, if they don't report something to you, you don't know about it apparently, right?
Well, I think it depends. There are certainly things I can assess, but if it's related to their history, I do need them to tell me.
Well, you can't assess it unless you ask, right?
Unless I ask or they volunteer it or they
Of
fill
course,
it
we
out in
already talked
forms.
about the volunteering. How about you as a doctor, when you're evaluating a patient coming to you for help, do you ask them questions?
Yes,
You didn't ask her a prior history.
I did.
What did she tell you?
She said that her prior history was what we discussed about the Prozac in the nursing school.
So, basically, other than hoping to give her hope, is what you said, for the therapy. How do you give someone hope for therapy, the other doctor?
Try to encourage them and...
What did you encourage her on September 15th?
Sorry?
What did you encourage her to give her hope on September 15th?
What did I encourage her?
Yeah.
I
I'll be right
don't
back.
remember exactly the words. It was
Did you write
almost
it
4
down in
years
your
ago.
records?
No, we don't write those, details of
Well, that's
everything
the
that is
therapy
said.
you're talking about, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you don't write down the therapy you give the patient in the records, right?
Well, I write something about it.
You write it
I
down,
mentioned
not-
that.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
So yes
You
or
let
no?
her- Hold on. You gotta let her finish the question. You listen to the question and answer just what they ask, okay? Go ahead. You could rephrase that question, Counsel.
No, I'll let her answer it.
All right.
I mentioned that I provided supportive therapy.
What is supportive therapy?
It's listening to the patient's concerns and providing emotional support and validation.
So emotional support and validation all sounds good. Here's a young woman who was what, 20, 29, 30 years old, came to see you?
Yes.
And came to see you for help, right?
Yes.
Told you she couldn't sleep and she was anxious, correct?
Yes.
You know that she was postpartum, correct?
Yes.
You know that as a patient who was postpartum. By the way, what is your opinion of the period of postpartum wherein one can have postpartum depression or, more importantly, postpartum psychosis? What's the time frame?
It's typically 1 year.
So she was
Y'all know
well
I got
within
the
that
munchies,
time
bro.
frame,
My bad.
correct?
Yes.
And you tried to provide therapy by giving her hope. And how long do you figure did that take? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes?
I'm not sure. I think it was different in each session.
Okay. So the only thing that you diagnosed Lindsay with on September 15th was GAD, Generalized Anxiety Disorder, correct?
It was generalized anxiety disorder as well as an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
And you prescribed medications to her, right?
Yes.
And the medication that you provided to her was the sertraline, right?
Yes.
And the sertraline would be Zoloft, right?
Yes.
Now, this is a little chart that shows the prescriptions that Lindsay was on. And you are the yellow colors. They're the tops. Okay. You can see that. Do you agree with me that on September 15th you prescribed sertraline, Zoloft, 30 count on September 15th, 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
Have you ever read the website for sertraline?
The website for sertraline?
Yeah. I mean, sertraline, Zoloft, is a chemical that is marketed as a pharmaceutical, right?
Yes.
Right? It's a pill, right?
Yes.
And as we said, it's an SSRI pill, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that Zoloft is not indicated for generalized anxiety? Why'd you give her Zoloft?
it is a very effective medication for generalized anxiety disorder.
So you're familiar with the drug labeling for Zoloft, is that correct?
Generally.
Generally. Are you aware of what the manufacturer of Zoloft indicates it can be used for, to treat?
I'm aware that it's used to treat various forms of anxiety disorders as well as major depression.
So when Lindsay came to...
All right, I'm over this one.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
May I inquire? Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Kelly McDonough.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
McDonoughh.
Yeah,
And what
guys,
do you
I'm
do
probably
for a
gonna get off
living?
in a minute
I'm an
here.
emergency medicine physician.
And how long
Listen
have
to a
you
little bit
been
of this, I'm
a
gonna get off.
physician?
11 years.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I went to medical school at the University of New England in Maine. I did my residency at Kent Hospital in Rhode Island. I subsequently worked at Kearney Hospital in Dorchester, and I've been at South Shore Hospital since 2021.
And in what, are you primarily in the emergency department at South Shore Hospital?
Correct.
Have you been in any other department at South Shore Hospital?
No.
Are you licensed to practice in Massachusetts?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working in the emergency department that evening?
I was.
At some point, were you advised that a patient was being brought into your emergency department?
I was.
And were you aware of that patient being Lindsay Clancy with a date of birth of 8/11/90?
Yes.
And what kind of information were you given upon learning that the patient was coming here? What were you expecting to receive?
I was expecting a trauma 1 response, a patient who had fallen out of a window from a height and didn't know much more than that.
Okay, and so when you say trauma 1, what does that mean for you?
So we have 2 designations for trauma responses, a trauma 1 and a trauma 2, and there's certain criteria for each. And there's a long list of criteria that are determined by the resource nurse who receives the EMS call.
Okay, and so when we say 1 and 2, which is more serious than the other?
Trauma 1.
Okay. And so what do you do to prepare when a patient is coming in and you know coming in that it's likely a trauma 1 situation?
So we gather in the trauma room and make sure that we have all available staff needed to take care of the patient.
And what kind of staff are with you in the room, in the trauma room?
So for a trauma 1 response, it would be the emergency medicine physician. It would be anesthesia.
At some point, did the ER staff have to intubate her?
Yes.
And why was that?
For airway protection, there was a concern that maybe she would have a head injury and she would decompensate later. And so to protect her airway, she was intubated.
Now, is that a standard protocol when there's concern for head injury?
Yes.
Did you see any obvious signs of a head injury when she arrived into the emergency department?
No.
What kinds of things would you see if somebody had an obvious head injury?
You might see bleeding or lacerations or abrasions.
Now, did you observe any other obvious injuries to this patient?
I did. She had some superficial lacerations of her neck and wrists bilaterally.
Do you recall if she came in on a backboard with a C-collar?
She did.
And do you remove the C-collar at some point to assess the patient for injuries?
We didn't completely remove it temporarily to visualize and feel her neck.
We have our charge conference at this time. everybody get a chance? I know you just
cover it
got,
for a little bit
got
and
them
then we
about
get
an
off,
hour
like,
ago.
probably
So,
10 minutes.
in regards to the draft that I gave, I know I got one set of proposed instructions from the defendant. Does Commonwealth have any that you wish to offer?
We don't have a written motion, but we just do have a few comments and a.
Sure, well, that's kind of what I expected. I know everybody's been on trial, so I thought that's kind of why I thought I'd give you the draft and we could just kind of walk through it. So my thought would be to first go through the Commonwealth's position, and then I'll hear from the defendant. Attorney Buckingham.
Thank you, Your Honor. In relation to your proposed your draft instructions, I think that Your Honor's instruction regarding criminal responsibility is pretty much the cut and paste of the model instruction. So overall, there's no objection to it. However, the Commonwealth would just like to put on the record that we don't think that voluntary intoxication, the 3 points that were added in to Your Honor's draft are necessary, and I'll just cite to the Commonwealth versus Brown, 449 Mass 747, it's a 2007 case, where it says that an instruction on voluntary intoxication is not required absent evidence of debilitating intoxication. Such evidence must support the inference that at the time of the killing, intoxication impaired the defendant's ability to form any requisite criminal intent. And so in this case, I understand counsel is going to argue, medications, and he's free to argue that to the jury. But as far as instruction goes, we're talking about criminal responsibility. We're talking about mental status at the time of the event, on the day in question of January 24th, 2023. There is no evidence to support that there was intoxication to a debilitating effect, as the Brown case indicates. I think what the best evidence the court has is that the defendant in her journals and in some statements that she made to the experts indicated that at the time of the offense she was taking amitriptyline and one other medication that she had been on for quite some time. And Your Honor now has evidence that it was a very low dose of amitriptyline, and there is nothing about the observed behavior of her on that day suggesting that there was any debilitating effects of the consumption of the prescription medications on that day. So we would ask that those sections not be included in the instruction. If Your Honor is inclined to include them in the instruction, we are asking that you add a qualifier into it's what's listed as paragraph 3, where it starts to talk about.
Is that on page 3, kind of Roman numeral 3?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
It says the defendant who lost a substantial capacity I have just described involuntarily intoxicated by prescription drugs. We would just ask that you add on the day of the offense to, again, just be clear to the jury that we're talking about her consumption or the consumption of the medication on that day. I did notice a quick typo on page 4 under Roman numeral 4 in that first full paragraph where it's the consequences of a finding. It says in the.
I'm just trying to listen so I can understand what's going on in the court. Tank Daddy, whatever I don't feel like saying daddy, so I'm just gonna say Tank. I don't know. Maybe I'm not speaking too much or too loud either, because I have been saying some stuff like I'm mumbling. But no, I'm just trying to listen to what's going on so I can not only catch up, because I'm trying to listen to stuff that happened before, but right now, whatever she's saying, I'm trying to.
Fifth line, it starts, if the court concludes the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge would create a substantial likelihood of serious harm to himself.
Oh, gotcha.
It's just a pronoun.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate that.
As far as the remaining charges, instructions on the charges of first degree with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth has no objection to that. I would just note another typo on page 7. Your Honor lists out the Castillo factors. On the third factor, C and D appear to be in the same line, and there are just some numbers in there. that I don't think makes sense. This is the manner in
Yeah, no, it's just a bunch of stuff. But I gotta get off, guys. I gotta do a few things before I go get my kids from school. So I appreciate you guys for being here. Yeah, crazy stuff in this case, man. I didn't know her mom testified and stuff. Where like it was crazy listening to him talk, her defense lawyer talk to the psychiatrist. Like, you know, you can't write nothing down, which is what he was trying to get to. That like she didn't really pay attention to her that well. Which, I mean, I get whatever her defense is gonna say. You know, they're gonna say, but she's still wood chipper qualified for me. You know, but. I appreciate you. I enjoyed saying Tank Daddy. You're funny, Stacy. But I appreciate you guys for being here, man. Today was a bit better. And yeah, man. I hope you all have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow morning. And yeah, man. I gotta get to